It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
RTV, certainly the best.
On this edition of Market Survey, currently in the market, we get to examine two things. First of all, we are here to examine the current price of yam, if the price of yam are reduced or if they are still on the high side, and also to examine the current surge in the demand for solar by market. I am Stephanie Otto.
The marketplace remains a vital hub of economic activities, where traders and consumers interact daily in exchange of goods and services. However, changing economic conditions continue to influence the way businesses operate and how consumers make purchasing decisions. In recent times, many traders have begun exploring alternative sources of energy to support their daily operation. Among these alternatives, solar energy is gradually gaining popularity due to its convenience and reliability. The increasing presence of solar-powered systems in market highlights a growing shift in how traders power their businesses. At the same time, food prices remain a major concern for consumers, with fluctuation in the cost of staple food affecting household spending. Yam, a widely consumed food item across Nigeria, is one commodity that continues to attract attention due to changes in its market price. This market survey examined the growing popularity of solar energy among traders and takes a closer look at the current price of yam in market and the factors influencing it. A visit to the market reveals a growing number of traders making use of solar-powered devices as part of their daily business activities. Solar panel can be seen mounted on shop roofs and market store, while solar power bulbs, fans, and charging units have become increasingly common. For many traders, access to electricity plays an important role in the smooth running of their businesses. Whether it is lighting up shops, charging mobile phones used for transactions, or powering small appliances, electricity has become an essential part of modern trading activities. Several traders say solar energy has become a preferred option because it provides a steady source of power and reduces depending on other energy sources.
No time when you say I regret since when I buy and they will drown, even for my house, for my business place, and they will drown. I don't get issue. As far as it's small time, I'm okay with it. So over reduce. I not dey buy fuel. Because since when I dey use this solar fan so and the solar lights for house for there, I not even dey use fuel. So I dey okay with the solar. Time I no waste time at all. I dey enjoy am. The money I enjoy am, and I dey even dey regret. So like say I get opportunity, I will buy more. So not be like that because sometimes sun even though the sun not too shine, the weather if it's still bright, it still dey make am dey charge. So na just for some time. If it be say not too charge, yeah, I'll still enjoy am till. But if it be say I charge, I dey enjoy am throughout, not get any excuse.
The growing adoption of solar energy is particularly noticeable among traders who operate for long hours and require constant access to power. Some traders explain that having a reliable source of electricity helps them to remain productive throughout the day and enables them to attend to customer effectively. Others say solar-powered lighting has improved visibility within their shops, especially during cloudy weather and even hours when natural lighting becomes inadequate. Some traders say solar energy has become an important tool for sustaining their businesses. According to them, having uninterrupted power is essential for their operation. The increasing use of solar technology in market reflect a broader trend among small business owners seeking practical solutions to everyday challenges. Now, a shift from the traders in the market. Experts in solar businesses have said that solar has indeed come to reduce the stress and burden of even the market women, as different solar packages that even the common market woman can afford is available to help ease the business operation.
So being a solar expert, you already know the nitty-gritty of solar, and now currently in Nigeria we have this surge of increase in demand in solar. So what do you think is driving that increase in demand for solar?
It is very, very simple. One of the reasons why we have the high surge in the renewable energy is as a result of the epileptic power supply in Nigeria. Currently now, I don't think there's any area that can boast of the 24 hours of light, and that is what is actually making this demand to be very high. A lot of persons are porting into solar renewable energy. As I speak with you now, just imagine you are spending 20,000 on a daily basis to fuel a generator. Now, at the end of the year, you will spend 600. Sorry, at the end of the month, you will spend 600,000, and that's huge. So the surge that you are seeing is as a result of a failure in the part of government, and also the cost of fueling your generator. I speak with you now, to buy a liter of fuel is 1,350 naira. That's huge. So a lot of places are porting into renewable energy because there is a failure in the part of government on what's it called, power supply. Yeah.
Okay, so now let's take it down to the local markets. We have women that sell tomatoes and fresh pepper and all, and people that sell frozen items. So what kind of advice would you give? What kind of course there are different solar packages for. So for a market woman who is thriving to keep her business going regardless of the electric power supply. So what kind of solar, should I put solar advice or solar advice would you give to them that okay, take this part for your business, and of course it will yield a lot of results, a lot of profit, and you do not have to worry about the electric power supply?
One of the beauty of this solar system is that it covers for everybody. Okay. There are different packages that covers for everybody. That's the beauty of it. So if you can't do a bigger one, you can go for a smaller one. You can even buy a solar rechargeable fan. There's a solar fan, there's a solar light. So it covers for everybody, the middle, the average, for everybody can go solar. And that's the beauty of it. So it is not just for the rich alone. Yeah. It covers for both the market woman. She can actually buy a solar fan at a very affordable price. So that's the beauty of it. And one beauty about solar system is that it is upgradable. You can even buy the smaller one and upgrade it. Yes, you can buy and upgrade. So that's the beauty of the packages. There are different packages that can suit your budget.
Okay, so for a market woman now that wants to go into solar for the business, maybe get a solar bulb, solar fan, like how much should they be looking at?
Oh, there's one for 80,000. There's even the smaller one you can get for as low as 50,000. Okay. You can also get a solar standing fan for as low as 60,000. So it is very, very pocket friendly for everybody to afford.
Okay, so aside the fact that it's pocket friendly, is it something that can, like when you get your solar, you can also have like an installmental payment, like a monthly renewal, you can be paying monthly by month, like maybe that's for 50,000 naira now. The local market woman that is maybe selling tomatoes now will say, okay, I don't have that 50,000 naira once to pay. So do they have like 3 months plan? Okay, you can pay within 3 months, you can pay within 6 months.
Of course, a lot of companies you can see now today, they do instrumental payment plan. So you can start and be paying. There's different packages. You can start and pay in installments. There are some companies that will tell you once you complete, you take your product. While some they place you on instrumental payment plan. So that's why I said it is flexible for everybody. It is very flexible. There's instrumental payment plan. So if you cannot pay at once at a go, you can pay in installments. Yeah. So
do you think that there's any challenge that you face when you're using solar?
The only challenge I see generally in the solar market is the cost of starting, which is capital intensive, of course.
Okay.
You know, the products are expensive, so I think that's one of the major challenges. So if banks can actually come in to give SME loans and all that, it helps to bring this product down from the manufacturers and makes it very affordable for people. So I think that's one of the major challenges that installers are getting, businessmen are getting. So if we can get loans that can help bring this product in bulk, it will help to spread these things across everywhere. So that's just the major challenge. But for house use, there is no challenge in using the system. That's the truth. The only challenge I see is that if you don't have sun, you don't have light. When you don't have sun, there's no light. So that
okay, but what will happen when it gets to rain season?
That brings us to different kinds of solar panel. Okay. There's a particular panel they call the monocrystal, and that helps to charge. Even with a low intensity of light, you can also get your batteries can be charged. You still have energy. But of course, you know that you can't compare to when you have enough sunlight.
Sure.
And so during rainy season, you understand that there is no much sun. You should reduce your load consumption. That's how it is. You have to reduce the load to enable it to charge. And so that's just it. So when it's sunny, you can increase the load. When there's no much sun, you reduce your load. That's just it.
Okay.
While traders continue to adapt to changing business conditions through alternative energy sources, consumers are equally concerned about the cost of food items, particularly staple commodity. One of the food items attracting considerable attention in the market is yam. At the yam section of the market, buyers and sellers engage in negotiation as consumers search for price that fit within their budget. Traders say the cost of yam has experienced fluctuations in recent months, with price varying according to size, quality, and availability. Market observations show that a small tuber of yams sells for between 2,500 to 3,000, while a medium-sized tuber range from 3,500 to 4,000. Larger tubers may sell for way more than 4,000 or more, depending on the size and quality. According to traders, transportation cost remains one of the major factors influencing the price of yam. They explain that moving produce from farming communities to urban markets involve significant expenses, which often affect the final selling price. Traders also point to seasonal factor as another reason for fluctuation in yam prices. During period of reduced supply, price tend to increase, while greater availability often leads to more stable pricing. Some sellers say market demand also plays a role, especially during festive period and special occasion when consumers purchase larger quantities of food. Traders expressed mixed reaction to the current price. While some acknowledge the challenges faced by farmers, others say rising food costs continue to place pressure on household finance. Many buyers note that they now spend more on food items than they did in previous months, making it necessary to adjust their purchasing habits. Despite the fluctuation in price, yam remains one of the most sought-after food commodity in the market due to its versatility and importance in many Nigerian households. The commodity continues to enjoy high patronage from consumers who regard it as an essential part of their diet. Space.
But now, where all of the dog plant finish, yeah, they scare 4,000, 5,000. Depends. I come to the wetin make things come good dey from farm because of kidnappers. Many of them no dey make farm again. Many of them dey run. Some day when they work for farm, they'll go kidnap them for inside farm. That's where they kidnap for farm. You will come make farm again. Okay, your neighbor now where they plant now. They kidnap her for farm. Who they make farm near them? That one will go again. So now make things they tear for farm. Where still jump? Okay, where would they go now? We never carry load now. Let me say for market where they go. They go you shall start. Okay, before they carry they enter motor. 4,000. 39 start as you reach it. Okay, now what we go back that time? We go carry 100, 15,000. Now, 100 now is 25,000. Once inside that 25,000, I told you add and join money when you take buyer. So this market, you don't tell everybody. So that now you go sell them. Not be correct. God will still one. You see one way change. But this one, you have the roti. So now God will help us. Then I help us beg government, everybody, may we stop that kidnapping. And may they let us, they make fun.
So all this way you shape for us. This one's now here. How much is it?
This one is 3,500 for one. Outside.
So yam like this kind of set, how much are they selling?
That time when you yam.
Yeah.
They sell at 3,500. You say by this next 2 months now, you yam don't come out.
Kidnappers, now you the problem now. They not they let us see market buy. Nobody they green make farm again. That is the reason why when yam they go up.
So this one's now a day, and how you take the seller?
Some 3,500, 4,000. Before we they sell at 1,800, 1,500, but now it's 3,500, 4,000. That would they take the sell. Who buy one, who buy two, not be the same amount. Like who buy like 10 now, we will give them 3,500. Who buy like 2, we will give them for 4,000. Right.
So this one, and which type of yam?
This one we they call them Abuja.
What's the difference with this one and Benin yam?
Oh, not the same yam. Now only sand, now be different. Our own are red sand, this one are white sand. It's not that same.
So this one, how they carry and they can't and they give you they buy directly from people where they farm.
No, the problem when still there, many problems they grant. Now you carry a come for farm. They not go allow that maybe buy them. That one go fair buy them before I come buy them for your hands. Person when you not even put them for motor, you go just collect 20,000 instantly. You not pay transport too. Before me I carry a company, I go to seller. Shebi you see. So that one be the problem.
And money when they pay for transport before and now you don't pass.
Big difference. Before we they carry one courier, that is 100 tubers. We they carry 12,000. After I can't have 15,000, but now 25,000 for 100 tubers. Both big or both small is 100. The one I take go not there. Food money, you not there.
If transport reduce, now if you say the price go reduce.
Go reduce.
No, for market, for village market.
How much are they buying now?
So na rope na they buy. So na 100,000. So na 80,000. So 120. That's what they buy for village. They don't do na 150 day, 100 a day. We'll see 80 for rope. That's what they buy now. So na 70, 80. This one where I take buy this one 100,000. I take buy 20. Okay. One for seller for 5,500. It is affect well. The fact they carry 4,000. Now 5,000 for one rope.
How you are for price? Don't come down.
The price not too go up like that because not too go up. Like last year, by this time, the girl they sell like 5,000 and 4,000. Last year we don't sell at 6,000 or 6,500. But this year, everybody complains no more. So everybody is suffering. You cannot eat as before. I beg. do something come down. Despite all those fuel, gas, because this fuel still come down now. All those yamata, all those food items, all of those will come down. But if fuel not come down, I'm not sure say everything will come down. See right now we still come down that everything don't pick up. See this everything don't pick up for market because of the fuel matter. Every high cost for our government. I beg.
Findings from the market survey reveals two significant trends within the market space. The first is the growing popularity of solar energy among traders who are increasingly incorporating solar power solutions into their daily business activities. The presence of solar technology in the market reflects effort by traders to improve efficiency and maintain uninterrupted operations. The second is the continued fluctuation in the price of yam, a staple food commodity whose cost remains influenced by factors such as transportation expenses, seasonal supply, availability, and consumer demand. As economic activities continue to evolve, traders and consumers alike are finding ways to adapt to changing circumstances, while through the adoption of alternative energy solutions or adjustment to purchasing patterns, these developments continue to shape everyday experience within the market space.
To the end of today's edition on Market Survey, and yes, we've gotten to realize that the current price of yam is a bit on the high side due to so many factors that was listed. And also we got to understand that solar has actually made life easy for most market women as they now indulge in getting solar fan that can reduce the heat while they are in the market. I am Stephanie Notoni. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
ITV
Ẹgbẹ̀júwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Oluwa. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon. It is 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Erosa Agbonlao. On the Thursday weekly, we'll bring you very, very exciting topic and educative topic. One that actually enables you to understand what is happening in Nigeria, because our focus is always on Nigeria. That's why it's 60 Minutes Nigeria. So we're looking at governance and security. That's the topic for today. I have in the studio a very distinguished clergyman, a very renowned analyst, Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. Is a leader of congregation and also a grassroots leader as well. Nice to have you on the program today.
Bless you, Mr. Osa.
Okay, so we're expecting our other guests. Hopefully, you'll be joining us and we'll be introducing him. But let me give you a background to our discussion today. Governance and security. I must tell you that Nigeria, as it is today, is a country that so many citizens, visitors are scared because of the insecurity. And it has telling effect on the economy as well. So economic and social impact of the current insecurity bedeviling Nigeria. The security crisis affecting economic growth, agricultural production, investment, and food security. You can see now that the inflationary trend is not helping matters because of insecurity. Many rural residents have been displaced, farms abandoned, and businesses disrupted due to fear of attacks and ransom demands. Analysts describe insecurity as one of Nigeria's largest economic burdens, with substantial losses linked to kidnappings, terrorism, and armed violence. The federal government has continued military operations against insurgents and bandits. Additionally, Nigeria's National Assembly has advanced constitutional reforms that would allow states to establish their own police forces. Supporters argue that state policing could improve local intelligence gathering and response to security threats, although concerns remain about funding and political misuse. As of June 2026, insecurity in Nigeria remains a serious national challenge. While security forces continue operations against armed groups, persistent bandit attacks, kidnappings, terrorist activities, and communal violence continue to threaten lives, livelihoods, and economic development. So, strengthening security institutions, improving intelligence gathering, and addressing underlying socio-economic drivers of conflict remain critical to achieving lasting stability. That's the background of our discussion today. But we're going to start with Edo State before we now dovetail to other parts of the country. We must say kudos to His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, inside the allegations of ritual activities, courtism, initiations, and all of that. That's what the authorities say. Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. Now, Governor Lucky, Governor Monday Okpebholo is not that governor that talks too much. but he seemed to be an action governor. And we've seen the way they are going to deal with this issue of courtesan. Now he's tackling insecurity in a very wonderful dimension, tackling ritual activities and all of that. Do you think the governor is on track?
Well, thank you, Joel. The governor has started doing well. It's like hearing what we've been saying on ITV.
Okay.
And our complaint, our cry. You see, when you look at it, evil is evil. You see, for somebody to wake up in the morning and begin to indulge in evil activities, courtesan, ritual, killing, anything that is not genuinely, there is no a genuine thing that he is doing, is evil. And I like the way the government is dealing with it. You're going to making sure that everybody that are involved are dealt with. Bringing down the building, taking care of those people who are involved. Both the building, both the victim, everybody should be dealt with. Because when somebody wake up in the morning and be to operate out of the law that guide the country is becoming a problem and a threat to the state. And anybody that is called should take it to the court, and the court should do justice to it. Bringing that bill is doing well, because this security matter has become a problem in Nigeria. Everybody is afraid. People also are running away from their. You are running away from your communities. Where are running to? They are there. The way the government is going about it, I love it and I appreciate it, and I encourage it to continue. It should not stop. Let it involve. I watched him yesterday when talking about to the Christian community, the pastors, the imam, all of them. He said, any pastor that is supporting those people, even his church, should be arrested. Bring the church down. Because the church is a place where you preach peace and orderly. If you are a pastor, your boys are doing buying BB cars, know where they are getting money from, you are collecting the tithe from them. You are also supporting the evil. Therefore, you need to be dealt with too. I'm a bishop. I cannot support a young man of 20 years to buy a car of 50 million.
And we see many of these young boys driving luxury cars. Yes, go on, Bishop.
Now, that is to show that the pastor of that church does not understand the value and loss of the community. They don't understand it's called future planning. Nobody gave birth with 9 months, a woman. A woman got pregnant, it is under 9 months, not overnight. A white man said, life does not change overnight, it changes over time. I mean, as you move and continue doing that thing, persistent focus, you are patient, then the TB to manifest result. ITV started many years ago, more than 3 decades now. Then go to 3 decades now. That ITV started to is a big station all over the world, national station. But it is not overnight. It's over time. But now we see our boys. I said, the first thing government have to pass the bill of miracle money to stop in the altar. Because the Bible says, I will bless the labor of your hand. Then you are not laboring, you are not working, you are sleeping, you are feeling miracle alert. How?
We'll talk about that, Bishop Nokavala yesterday, but we're going to take a break now because we have a very distinguished guest. His Royal Highness Bako Dogo is already in the studio. He will be joining us because this issue of governance and security is of paramount importance to the development of Nigeria. We'll continue after this break. To have you back. Just joining us is His Royal Highness Bako Dogo. He's a traditional leader. He's a man that is really experienced when it comes to grassroots development. Nice to have you on the program today.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Asato.
We are looking at governance and security. Now, let me inform you that the insecurity in Nigeria is costing the country so much money. Now, what the federal government or state government would have invested in the economy, in other sectors, in infrastructure, is being channeled to tackling insecurity, and that is affecting the development of Nigeria. Then, before now, we talked about rural-urban migration as a problem, and governments at all levels were encouraged to ensure that there are infrastructure in the rural areas. So probably not the youths will not be running from the rural areas to the urban area. Now, insecurity has made so, in short, the elderly, the youths, the women, even children, to leave the rural areas to the urban area. They are displaced because of insecurity. Like I said, we've heard the opening remarks of Bishop Dr. Monabiase. We'll talk more about some of the things he said. Some youths driving illusory vehicles without really having a particular business or job engagement. We'll talk about it. But Bakodogo, now, your opening remarks. We've seen in Edo now that Governor Monday Okpebholo destroys or approves the demolition of buildings linked to ritual activities, to cultism, and to crime. A few days ago at Uromi, we saw the wonderful building looking good outwardly, but there are allegations of ritual activities within the house. What's your take on the demolition?
Well, yes, in as much I welcome that development. Issue of demolition will not just come first, because we have to weigh it. If somebody, I have so many houses in Benin, if my tenant commit a crime, you cannot just roll bulldozer to my house and start destroying. First of all, let it go through litigation. If the court found that person wanting, then you roll out the bulldozer there and demolish. Because it will come to a problem later where tenant who stays in the house and the house will be demolished, all because of the crime that tenant have committed. Those are my fear. And as a matter of fact, I'm even beginning to eject so many tenants away from my houses now. Because at the time you now eject so many tenants away from your house, you'll be left with nothing, because we don't know. The criminals are not written in the forehead. You will see someone that is very gentle, who is into crime. So that is why I am appealing to the government. First of all, there should be a committee or a judicial system in place to investigate, not just to say the person confess that I stay in a social house. This is where I live. When the person will not roll a bulldozer there and destroy the house. No, it's not done that way. Let a proper facial machine of criminality be established and confirm guilty. It is said in Nigeria court of law that is presumed somebody is innocent until he is found guilty by a competent court of law. Let us go. We should not be going by what do you call it? We call it Kangaroo of life. We should go by what the law stipulates. Okay. By what the law stipulates, let us go by that. Although criminality in the country is not a welcome development. When we are looking at it, we said courtesan. Courtesan. What is courtesan? Courtesan is a wide scope issue. You understand me? So we want to look at courtesan. Those in the body is courtesan. Those in Lasibidi is courtesan. Asupika is courtesan. Have we been able to address those people? Are the people renounced? You understand me? So, or is it only the one in Malfight, what do you call it, Black Cat are courtesan? So let the government, let us be an awareness that whatever court you belong to, whether it's this one, whether it's open, whether it's registered or not, courtesan is courtesan. So, and again, what now mitigates so many problems we are having now? If you look at the numbers of different kind of illicit drugs that is in Edo State now, that's in Edo State, you see some people, some youth walking on the street, dying. You understand me? So those also are part of the issue. Election is coming now. Election is coming. Who are they going to use for that election? Is this same youth? You understand me? So what are the ingredients of the election? Done. And other things. Are they supposed to do that? Election is supposed to be through your PVC. Voter card, yes. Your PVC. Yeah. Yes, if Nigeria, if we are getting a president who say enough is enough. When I win direct by the people. The people's mandate is what I will use. But in Nigeria today, no political party is exempted from it. No political party. Any political party say they are sent. All the parties are in it. Just because some will be having money more than some. And we the citizens will also have the blame as well. You understand me so? We also have the blame. And because many of us are preparing now on that day. If you have 8 children, you already calculate how much you are going to get. I'm telling you, we already calculate how much we are going to get. And it's part of the insecurity, part of the problem we are having in Nigeria. You can see today right now. Kidnapping is no longer done by one set of people again now. It is now even people within that will be planning. The last one I saw in Lagos, where an inside person was the one who perpetrated that kidnapping. At the end of the day, thank God they were caught. My problem which I'm having, even the people in government are not also free from this issue. The security agents are not free from this issue. You understand me so? Like one of the mistakes the governor did, I would call it a big mistake, by merging civil defense with the police. It was a big mistake. Very big mistake. You could have allowed the civil defense,
that's the vigilante, because
I call it civil defense because they look like them. The vigilante is supposed to be operating on their own, but whenever they harass, there will be a body that's okay. We hand it to that body. We again hand it to the police. At the time you handed it, you not say the vigilante and the police will work together. That is why we are finding what we are finding. Because the vigilante now is not the subject of road blocking. Go to everywhere and see they're blocking road. And when they are blocking road, the moment you stop, they're already demanding for money. Because that time that thing was created, you see the enthusiasm in them. The crime rate was reduced from even 90% to even 40, 30. But right now, it has not even gone to around 90% now. So I am appealing to the governor. Let it separate the police from the vigilante. Let the vigilante be on their own. Let them have a capable hand that will say yes, oversee the affair of the vigilante. If you go to a police station now, even the police in the station are more than even the one outside. How many police you have found outside? You see OC this, OC Lukuluku, OC Covenant, OC this. What are you OC for? Whereby you're supposed to be OC in the outside. You see they will be well equipped with walkie-talking. They will be well equipped. Police don't supposed to be issue in the station. I once told you in Russia. I went to Russia. I went to a police station. I only find 3 people in the station. What are the people there? They say, oh, they are in the field. Our camera is mounted everywhere because we are not spending enough on security. Why this issue now? Nigeria is the only country before now that have not paid attention to security. Even the attention we are talking about now, the attention we are talking about is not even still there. DSS was created or SSS was created in order to gather information. If you remember when we were young,
intelligence.
Yes, intelligence gathering. When we were young, we nobody talk. We have CID, we have people in the village now, and they come as a way of doing job. What they are coming to come and do there is to gather information. Now, the DSS we have now is to run after the governor. One of them want to be a DC to the governor with one big long coat. One big long coat. Is it what you are looking for? Is it really the government you want to be guiding? The citizens are the people supposed to be guiding. You're supposed to be in the market. Even go to outside the country, you see police are even part of drivers. They are cab driver. They are driving. Whenever you enter the vehicle, they know what. As soon as you enter, they give signal to the other person that they drop there. But we should also go into that one. The issue of Boko Haram now. I'm surprised that what is the duty of the DSS? Why have DSS not been able to be part of the Boko Haram? So that they will be able to gather information. Because now, look at one of the biggest problems again in Nigeria. The man coordinating all the information of security. He don't even know what he's doing. No Robado. He don't know what he's doing. Because he's supposed to be the center of coordination of the security in Nigeria. But today, you see, somebody will commit a crime in Sokoto, he come to Benin, he start asking John, whether his name is Mohammed Kazim. That's what so. Even though you arrest him for another crime in Benin, put his hand in the medicine. That we don't have fingerprint bank, which is an appalling. Any country you go to, if you commit any crime in Germany, you go to Holland. The moment you put your hand, your name, that fingerprint was because they have a fingerprint bank. He's supposed to be coordinating all the security agents, even what you have in a passport, your passport supposed to be transferred to this to that fingerprint bank. You don't have it. Because so, why again? Election we're talking. You're not supposed to be talking about come and do voters card. Your national identity card supposed to be your voters card.
Okay, thank you, Bako. You've spoken extensively on a number of issues, and I believe that the authorities will heed your advice, will heed your call, because a lot needs to be done. But we'll come back to Edo State, and His Royal Highness Bako Dogo said demolition should not be the first step. That's his own opinion, but he says that it should pass through the legal system before any action is carried out. But some persons say, you know, when things are tough, you have to approach it in a tough way, you know, but then he's saying caution. Then there must be caution. But in Uromi, and that's where Bishop Lucky Omonabe is going to talk about, we saw the photographs of even young men displayed, and they've been called to report to the authorities, which is a good one. So it's not left for them to obey and, you know, report as directed, you know. But the governor is from Isha extraction, and is not sparing any of the persons from Edo Central or wherever, whether you are Isha, whether you are Benin, whether you are Auchi, whether you are from Auchi, whether you are from where, as well as you are from Edo State, you are caught, you are dealt with. So, Bishop Lucky, don't you think what the governor has done is exemplary by not saying, oh, this person is from Isha land, let's cover up? He has not allowed that. He destroyed building in Uromi, and he is from Udomi. He's an Isha man. Irwa. He's from Irwa, Idomi Irwa, you know. So how would you describe this kind of conduct of the governor?
You see, a white man said, charity begins at home.
Yes.
Bible said, the enemy of a man are a member of his household. Now, the governor knew that he cannot start from Edo Side. He needs to start from his home. Use that as an example. That's what you're doing now. That's what they did in Rome. If you look at that video, it's on the Facebook. The people occupied that house. They are young men. And when they put down the house, we found out by the understanding that there's something inside the house. That they found a certain body that is almost decaying. Yes. Now, these are young guys. Now, if you look at these young guys are not working. These young guys are just moving up and down, and you think that they are doing good job. And the governor look at the only way I can deal with this guy, because they have been using police, arresting them, releasing them, take them to court, take them to prison. After they serve jail time, they come back, they still go to the same job. Then the governor says, okay, fine. At this journey, this is my land. I want to take action in my land. Let me be to deal with the people. You that I have a house, I have tenant. If you are in my house, daybreak, I the landlord, I went to my business. I'm a bishop, I have branches, I'm a farmer. I do other things to sustain myself. Then you is my tenant. Every day you are sleeping in the morning till evening. In the night, you will on your solar or your gen till daybreak, you won't sleep. If I am not a part of that, if I'm not gaining from that your dubious art, I should start asking what? Question. Like your ministry, if you are in a ministry and you buy a car for 48 million, 50 million, 30 million, and I ask you, how old are you? And Bishop, I'm 25 years. I will say to you what? That because by understanding, at that age, you can't be such money. What do you do for living? Who are you? You now say to me, I am just, I am doing internet business. Which internet business? What are you selling the internet? Are you selling cars? Are you selling shoes? What are you doing? What's your business? You say you are into fraud. Then being into fraud alone, you are defrauding somebody else's hard-earned money. So this labor, whether black or white, is human being. As you defraud them, the pain, that person may die of heart attack. And you are enjoying somebody's blood money. If the person collect tithe or anything from that person, you are a part of that thing. Yeah, I mentioned all my youth must go to school, all my youth must learn trade, all my youth must do things with your hands. We are trained like that. Then what the government is doing, I supported it, because Nigeria have come to a point that we have stubborn Nigerians who will not listen. Then they need to listen by force. Not people that will just wake up in the morning and start doing something different. Until we started sensitizing this thing, taking action over many things, you will see that this country will never live free from insecurity. Because the way we are going now, a time will come, you see a boy of 10 years driving like your car. You want to say, what's going on? Because the thing is going down. I love the governor. I saw the governor because these people kill somebody. Somebody was there. Somebody was butchered. Somebody was operated upon. Said the person, some part of the person's body, the kidney, the heart, and all, they sold it to whoever is their customer. Then the governor will not show mercy.
Thank you very much. We'll talk more, but that will be after this break. I'm immensely grateful to you spending part of your 60 minutes with us on this program. And for those who started with us, I'm also grateful. My guest, His Royal Highness Bako Dogo, is with us. And of course, Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. You can see what they've said. Because even in the churches, we begin to hear of miracle alerts. I've never heard that when I was growing up. That there's what they call miracle alerts. A quick one, Bishop. Now, why do some people believe that, some clergymen believe that there's miracle alerts?
You see, that is another form of fraud. I don't know where they coined that one from.
Okay.
You can't study theology now. So you say they quote 1 Kings 17. If you look at that book so very well, it is a situation that a certain evil king was ruling. And with an evil queen of Jezebel and Ahab. And the man of God was fighting there. God chose to give him favor, to support him, to fight that battle. It is no miracle alert. But when they are going to churches now, is that somebody will open his hand and say, but tomorrow we get money. And the Bible does not say so. So the Bible says, I will bless the labor of your hand.
So the youth must be given employment.
Yes. The government, let the youth go and learn work. Let God say, I think I said this program, government cannot employ everybody. We have self-employed. We have people that are going to work in the private company. We have people that are going to work in government sector. Then the youth have to ready, because there's no way you can succeed. But if you just want to go back, God give miracle alert that enter churches around that kind, about 10 years ago now, that make our youth refuse to go and learn work. They will just decide to sit down and begin to run. And this, as a time will come, we go give a governor who will focus on your body, whether you are a pastor, you are an imam, you are a sectionalist, they will focus on law to know what are you practicing night and day. Now, what are the people are gathering? Who are these people? And know whether you are the one God call you call God. Want to know how you arrive at this point.
Thank you very much. In Anambra State, we've seen that Professor Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, is tackling fake pastors, is dealing with them. He dealt with ritualists, he dealt with native doctors who make charms for criminals. Anambra State is sure there's palpable tension there. His Royal Highness, you think what Soludo is doing is right?
Oh, absolutely right. I think I really call Soludo the man of God, despite he's not a pastor. Because what he's doing is the right thing. If you say you're a native daughter, and you see mad people in the streets, and you say you have the power to heal, why don't you exercise your power there? If you say you are a pastor or you are a far, why don't you exercise your power to say, okay, gather them and start healing them one after the other? Send for the governor, whoever in that state, to say this is what the power I have. Then you can even see what the man said the other time. Yeah, it's like if you can be able to heal 2 or 3 persons, one person, let me be one person. If you are saying I will release you from the prison. None of them. The woman who says he do Abakaba, he could not. When they asked her to climb a van of a vehicle, she could not climb. But she said you have the power to make you to do anything. But you don't have the power to do anything. Climb a van of a police vehicle to take to the court. You could not even climb it. The police have to start jacking her to climb the place. What power do you have? You know that is not power. Because that is why they are deceiving our youth, the young people, and people believe them. You go to somebody's house, you cannot even find a chair to sit there. He said, "I'm going to make you rich." The roof you see there is not available for even a goat. But the person telling you that I will make you rich, you are not asking yourself, why are you not rich first? They will not make me rich. Because Nigeria will believe in all those kind of miracle that is not in existence.
Many people are gone.
Yeah, yes, because if let's say today that is happening in social places, social streets, you see everybody start pushing out there. And that is where, first of all, there should be education, sensitization, that those things are not in existence. If you are doing, you can see now, Yahoo is coming down gradually, whether you like it or not. It's coming down gradually. Now, because a man who cannot read, who cannot write, he say Yahoo, he did internet fraud. When do you learn how to do that? When you cannot even read and write? Because many people, they are into different things that we don't know. But I think from now, I learned that so many of the native doctors now, and some fake pastors, they are running away from Anambra. They are coming to Benin now. Because let the governor also wake up in that aspect. Because when you are a governor, your eyes should be round every. Because if you look at the number of young boys now riding vehicle in Edo State, sometimes when you pass them, you want to park. Because the type of vehicle you are riding is not the type of vehicle they have. So the government should
mention a little vehicle.
Yes.
I mean, it's not wrong for a young man to drive a car. No, that's when you are not driving a car that is above what your earnings or what you are supposed to earn. That's where the problem is.
You see, before now, in 1977, 76 and all, we have the military administrators, governors who they were not demolishing houses. I will not support demolishing houses. Let the governor seize that house. That house can be useful. Because we are short of even accommodation today. Anybody who commit crime and the government say found wanting, that house will be seized for a purpose. Because I you demolish that house, it amount to nothing. When you seize the house, the government will seize the house and it become a government property.
Maybe they are afraid that after some time.
No. What I say, after you see what happened in Abuja, when over how many thousands of houses, how many houses were recovered from somebody? Yeah? The government sees it, and they have even sold the house to people. You can afford make money from that house. When you see the house, after some time, you sell it out to people. You can sell it so. Because you cannot, when you start demolishing, at the end of the day, maybe you not demolish half of the community. That's where my list stands for. I am not saying that anybody who commit crime, the house should be seized by the government. You should forget about demolition. Demolition cannot even help us. If you establish that, yes, this person did it, sell the house. After you can sell it. Because you don't expect the government to sell a house and give you paper. Somebody else will come and say, the house belongs to me. It is not done anywhere. No matter where the court you go to. The moment government collect a house and later sell it for a crime that was committed, nobody can collect it. That's why I'm appealing to the governor. Demolishing these houses it's not a welcome thing to me. Because if it's established, seize it. Let us sell it, and that money will go back to the government, and which is a welcome development. Okay. And again, finally, on my own side now, you see, the way we are living, even the civil servants are also not doing the thing. But in those days before now, when a civil servant wants to buy a car, you don't use his name to buy a car. Because when you see you with a flashy car, you will be questioned, how do you get this money? He will use his brother, maybe his sister brother uses his name to buy a car. Who wants to say it's for my brother? He will pay out the papers. But today now people do things with purity. Everything you see a civil servant driving a flashy car, who is not even up to level 5. When you are, do you not see that one riding? So that is part of it. Because if we want to sanitize the society, we sanitize from our home, we sanitize from our environment. If the government, who is supposed to be the eye of the people, is doing that, you don't expect it. Everybody can also be doing that. So let the people also be doing the right thing. Let the government be doing the right thing, so that the populace will not become watch of the in our board today right now. Go to there. I've not seen a commissioner of police. I don't see a commissioner of police. So a civilian is watching over the police, and police is watching over. That's why you see to steal there is very difficult, unless it's a proper organized crime. But here, you see commissioner of police 24 hours in AC. But when I commend the FCT commissioner, who went to the bush, stayed there for 4 days. I urge him to do more of that. Stay there for 4 days.
That FCT commissioner is living by example.
Exactly. Those are the kind of commissioner you want. Not OC this, OC Lukuluku, OC
motivating personnel.
You see what the personnel? You see when after 15, you see the kind of song they're going to. I was dancing with them because I was very happy what that man had done. And that is kind of people we need in Nigeria today. Because the crime rate in Nigeria is not something, even we as a traditional rulers, the government will also look at us and tell us, let us also perform our own magic. We say we have power. Let us also perform our own magic. And the government should call for a whole meeting. Go to community by community. If I hear crime, give them tasks, give them money. If you have hunter here, take this money, look at bullets, and let those hunters be screened. But so, I do not want to see anything like crime in this area. But I can't motivate them. You see every when we say, okay, right now everybody come out. Because in the village, things are still happening. Anyone who will steal, anyone who will hear what they are stealing, I did not say, anyone whose children will perpetrate in anything like this, you see everybody will swear. What do people swear? Things will happen. I'm very sorry to say. My transformer will be vandalized almost about 18 times. My personal transformer I bought. People in my area now have to say, okay, what do you do? I said, I don't know what to do, I'm tired. They want to go and bring that. I stay clear. They swear, since that time they said that, nobody have vandalized my transformer again. Because that's the only thing they fear beneath. Urban market got born. People come to loot. You remember that year?
Yes.
You know, so pastor came and paid, nobody paid something. And the man came and paid. But the man they go for people were returning money, throwing money inside there. Because that is the only thing people fear in Benin.
They were returning goods that were looted.
They returned goods they looted. Even money. They were throwing money inside there. I think the government will also not be looking at one side. As we are looking at the Christianity or Muslims, they also be looking at the traditional side. Because whatever we use in serving this country is what we'll be going for. I am appealing because it's over. So I went to a place just now. I saw one man, I think they don't come from abroad, with everything that is policemen. I said, you don't pay money for nonsense. If they want to catch you in the jail, catch you. No police will run away. Because as soon as you shoot or even look at, the police around you, you don't see them again. You don't so. Because it is better we start learning.
No, like that police, they can't run when they hear knockout. Not because of knockout.
I have experienced it. You understand me so? I experienced it when in my place, when I was in Bassa local government. I see soldier and police running. But I say it is time for me. If I die, I will die as a hero. As soon as I raise up my arm, all my people say, if a king can raise up his arm, those who have gun or not, they follow me because I live by example. You understand me so? Things are happening. Just look at what do you call it, vegetable market. That kidnapping that took place. Police were there. They said police were running. Don't you see that? They were running. Let that be fun. We should not be covering things. They were running because one, they will even come at us. Even the guy will send you. You were asked to guard bank. What are you doing in that place where they were kidnapping? Because the problem is from the top. We should not shy away from the truth.
Okay, thank you very much, His Royal Highness Bakodogo. We are looking at governance and security. We've been able to establish that even governance is affected by insecurity because the security situation, if it's bad, governance cannot be effective. Governance cannot be enjoyed. Those in charge of governance cannot be effective. And we've seen it. In Edo State, we've seen the drastic action of His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State. That is his own strategy to tackle insecurity. And everyone needs to learn. Everyone needs to desist from crime. Crime does not pay. Because if you do crime, after some time, it will backfire. Why don't you just work? So I'm also encouraging government. Provide an enabling environment for the youths. The youths, they are strong. They need jobs. They need opportunities to work. So establish factories, industries.
Farming.
Yes. Let's encourage the youths. If you set up a company owned by the state government, people must work there. The youth will work there. So that's what my guests have posited, because kinetic and non-kinetic approach must be adopted in tackling insecurity. Though, as His Royal Highness have also said, government should also look the other way, that even the traditionalists can also help in tackling security. My guests are entitled to their opinion. It's not the opinion of the station. Bishop Loke Omonabese. Yes, now, don't you think it's high time federal, state government, local government should involve technology in tackling insecurity? For instance, we saw what happened at Vegetable Market, which is Royal Highness. Somebody recorded the incident. The incident was captured. That's technology.
Yes, sir.
But assuming there's a CCTV camera
in that environment,
it will capture it even better.
Yes.
So don't you think CCTV, yes, our personnel, they are training, they are strong, but they need support. They need technology. Now, some countries, they use drones, not physical, powers like that again. Technology. CCTV cameras at strategic locations, like that Vegetable Market. CCTV camera would have captured it. But we saw somebody use his phone to capture what transpired. And I'm very sure those guys were not aware that somebody was just recording them. And that will aid in investigation.
Very easy.
So, what advice do you have of government in terms of technology?
Now, I will advise the Edo State governor.
Okay.
The state, this is my state.
Yes.
It should involve young men.
Okay.
People that study computer science are involved there and build the technology station. Put them there.
A monitoring room.
Yes. Put them there to monitor. Put CCTV everywhere. Bring these guys on board. Because one thing about governors of a government, if a governor that sit down the hammer affair of the state, all people that surrounded you are people that are join your political, I call them clappers.
Yes.
Who are hailing you, hype men. You will not be able to understand that the world himself is above the level they are operating. Technology can only be set to when the people that study computer science or understand technology in total are employed. Yeah. There's you build a place where they monitor, where they see things. You put people that are doing this job. These are you will now employ vigilante. Train there, they guide this thing night and day. They have a monitor room where anything happens in the state, you can see it, then that will be done. But if the governor keep on operating this dimension of these clappers and the political hype men, that technology will never work.
Okay.
Because what is happening to our countries that anybody we voted for, the clappers and the hype men are more than the people that are learned. And if you have a company of 200 person working there, and the learned people are 50, while the clappers and the hype men are 150, you get a local result. You can never get a standard result.
Thank you very much, Bishop Loke Omonabese. His Royal Highness, what advice do you have for government in terms of technology? Because technology cannot be ruled out. If there's a monitoring room, like Bishop Loke has said, you have a monitoring room, you have all these circuit cameras, and you collate data. You watch what is happening in your city. While you are even moving on the street, somebody is monitoring you somewhere, you even know, because the cameras are hidden in different locations. Yeah. So if there's a crime, it's recorded, it's captured. Don't you think there should be investment in that area?
I gave an instance about what happened in Russia.
Yes.
I was in Russia, Moscow. I told you I went to a police station with the then ambassador of Nigeria to that country. There is a big room. Everything that is happening in the entire Russia, not only then there's a one that okay, this one is what's happening in Moscow, in St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg. They were able to also be watching what is happening in St. Petersburg, Baroda station. You understand me so? they will also be able to monitor what was happening in the border to Belarus. You understand so? That is, you must devote yourself. We are not paying attention to security. I said it before. I said it before. We are not paying. Nigeria is not paying. Both is federal and state are not paying that real attention, because this kind of stealing of silly goats is no longer in existence today.
No.
And the approach we are approaching is the one of silly goat. We are going to hide. If they carry goat, they come. That's not what we are after again. What they are doing now is high-level kind of kidnapping and stealing. So what you need is to have those kind of camera CCTV that you will be in Benin here, you will be able to watch what is happening in Auchi. You will be in Benin here, you will be able to watch what is happening in Agada Bode. You will be in Benin here, what is happening in my village in Lemuhi in Lekpoma, you will be able to watch it. You understand me? So you may not put the camera in the farm, because even if you put it in the farm, nobody will do not work. But let it be in where people are populated, where people are staying. You understand me? So, and it will be, and it's not just to put the camera. What happened in Russia, I think that they are working it, and that's why the police, every police have a code. You must see somebody going, oh one, look at somebody with a bag. What is in that bag? Follow the person. Because every camera has a code. Every security agent has a code. They know who to call in social place. It's not just to put CCTV. The DSS are sleeping in the station. The police are sleeping. The civil defense that was proactive before they gave their license. The next thing, if they gave them gun, they will be active. Since they gave them gun, we don't see them in the bush again. The purpose of a plain civil defense was to be going through the bush. We don't see anyone going through the bush again now. All of them are there. They will wear one. I don't know where they sold that black thing, whether they put foam inside. Their chest will be very swell. That's what they are doing now. You understand me? So because before they gave their license, they cried that they can go through the bush. They will compliment what the police is doing. Seeing license are beginning to them. Seeing gun are beginning to them. You don't see them in the bush again. They are also staying in the station.
They have different units. There are some that also monitor infrastructure, monitor pipelines, and all of that.
There's something you should understand. When crime becomes crime, forget about unit. Everybody will now be in the field. Forget about unit. Forget about whether this one belongs to narcotic, whether this one belongs to ghost stealing station, whether this one belongs to sugar station. No, everybody should be in the field, because the thing now are now eating us badly. You cannot even go to your village and say you are driving to village. You can't go to anywhere. The road is no longer safe. Tell me, if we have security, able men from here to Okene, do you think any robbery will take place?
No.
They can't be frank. Even if you don't even block the road, you don't block the road at all. And you have people you see security talking with walkie-talkie. By not even blocking the road, there will be no single crime committed in that area at all. I urge the government to please do something and employ even our youth, employ them, both men and women, whether they go to school or don't go to school, train them. Whoever is employed and trained will become an expert. You understand me? So you don't be talking about certificate. Because the thing now become, let them take them off the street. For example, you go to my place now, Lekpoma, or in what do you call it, Ovia, build a house in a tent, or what do you call it, in the bush. Employ them. Say, okay, I want you to farm here. When the farm, I will mow the farm. I will buy the business. Be paying them. Will they do it? They will do it.
Okay. Thank you, Zoe Ernest. Because of time, yeah. I'm really grateful to my guest. Bishop Loke Monabia say thank you.
God bless, sir.
Israel Ernest Bako, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
And our viewer out there, thanks for your time. I believe you've enjoyed today's program. Insecurity is a menace. We must all collectively support government to tackle this monster for Nigeria to remain a country that we can really live in. On that note, I say thanks for being a part. Bye-bye.
certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
TV, certainly the best.
Joining us on this week's edition of the program, Icons. Icon is a program designed where we showcase individuals and personalities who have made a mark in their chosen profession. And so you learn from their story to enhance your productivity, your efficiency, your effectiveness, and your output generally. The program was designed to ensure that we give value to life from the experiences of those who are contemporaries, those who have gone ahead of us to achieve so much in the society. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, your host on the program. My guest is Chief Henry Iyobosa Legema, the iconic, Legema, I must say. Good to have you on the program. Good to have you on the program. All right, let's look at how the industry has evolved over the years. What used to be in the days of yore, not happening anymore. But if you were to do a comparative analysis between what you used to have then and what we have today in terms of revenue streams, in terms of technology and all of that, what would be your key assessment points?
There's been a drastic, I would say, improvement commercially. But there's been a deliberate drag back on professionalism, But for who I am, it is not the monies that we can make that is my drive. My drive is my passion for the craft, So I don't look at what we can make first. But there is no show without the business. That's what it's show business, isn't it? So, comparing then and now, professionally it was better then.
Financially it's better today.
Now, and our people are beginning to realize that the act is not for dropouts or for, they never do wells, and I think we are beginning to get our opportunities when necessary and when it's important.
How is the industry responding to technology? Particularly streaming platforms and then some of the latest innovations in terms of equipment quality and all of that?
If you don't embrace it, you die. So it's our oxygen.
You know, that's what we have. That's why it was quickly embraced, and we're all, you know, actualizing, you know, the new things we're learning. You know, there are SEMP, for instance, is organizing the relevance of AI to filmmaking, and AGN has done something like that. You know, all the gigs they're doing, they're, you know, integrating and reorientating our people in the new terms for the craft. You know.
So who would you say are your greatest motivators, your mentors in the industry, people you looked forward to both locally and on international stage?
I don't have anybody internationally.
Is there a reason for that?
I'm a complete Benin man, my brother. I'm 101% Benin man, and my craft is my craft, not Oyibo craft. If you see my style, my craft is not tainted by any influence, especially Oyibo influence. You know. I am first of all a Nigerian, and I try to, if I can't tell my story by myself, who will tell it for me? You know. So as for people I've looked at, my role models, so to speak, the first one will be Akin Kiru, late Akin Kiru, Yoruba man whose mother was Obamedu. One of the finest actors I have ever seen in my life. He was in that great Lambodo, was one of the artists here who represented our state in the team and I was in that same production, but as a page boy. In 1977.
Wow.
You know, Akin Kiru was one of the greatest actors Nigeria ever saw. Then of course Sam Loco, you know, and O.J. Ben, Cleophas Elegon, Amiwo's father in Port of Life.
Okay.
Those were thespians, my brother. They ate, drank, lived, slept, drama. You know, even Felix Ogie, Kasma Suleiman, you know. Then in the nowadays, RMD, my contemporary, another fine actor, was here in Benin. My small cousin, Pedro Baseki, was an inspiration. You know, he was the first person who made me play a clown, a village jester in The Prince. Somebody was the prince. And it was the first time I was playing that kind of role. I never believed I could carry it. You know. But he told me, "Pa, there is nothing you that I know cannot do." I said, "Clown, me." I've always thought myself a very serious actor. He said, "Pa, without knowing you are a comedian." You know. I was shocked at what I could, you know,
do with that character.
With that character. I was in a wild for months, for weeks, shooting, you know. And, you know, I think that was one of my best performances, I tell you, in this business. Then, you may think Pedro Baseki is a young man. He's done everything in this industry, everything. Even for his young age. He's achieved everything. One of the best directors. Look at his play, his film, I mean, Eziza. There's no film like that in this country. And there's never been, and I don't think there will still be. Only my film, Ataparapa, and Jerome, I'm sure those are the ones that can match that. If not better it.
Okay.
You know, with technology.
With technology now,
yes.
Which is available now.
Yes, you know. Then, of course, Lancelot. Boisterous young man, but he's a very together person. He loves his craft, and he does not shy away from talking about it and shouting from the highest mountains about it, you know. Otherwise, he's one of our best, and we have done well to support him. I think I've been in over 20 to 30 of his films.
Wow.
You know.
Wow.
And that is one way we can support ourselves.
Absolutely.
It's not the money.
Yeah.
It's not like me. I don't think, maybe one or two persons have paid me for acting for them. You know. I finish with you and walk away because I feel it's one way to encourage you. You know. It's not because I have too much, but it's one way. I didn't have anything to start this business. And
people also supported you back then.
Yes, yes. So I don't see why I should stress or strain your pulse to make you achieve what you want to do.
Okay. What would you say are those values. Some of them you highlighted, but I just want us to talk a bit more about those values and virtues that you head on to that has kept you thus far in the industry, which I believe strongly our younger people, younger actors, actresses need to learn from.
The first thing first is know who you are and believe in you. That's one. It's like the foundation. Know the talent you have. Know, the strength of your talent.
Okay.
Then hone it properly. Because it's you. There shouldn't be shortcuts or cutting corners to it. You must go through the mill. That's the only way you can actually be, when they say wet your whistle, that's the only way you can actually clean your pipe. Or like cleaning your lungs for fresh and clean breath, Then two, you must be dedicated to the craft. Otherwise it will leave you. It's like a guitarist who leaves his guitar for 1 month. The guitar craft will leave you. To start again, you will start to learn
all over again.
That's how the art is. You must practice it every day. Whether you are alone, whether you are in a production situation. And don't let money be your focus. Don't let the glitz, the glamour be your focus. Otherwise you'll be a flash in the pan. It's like fashion. It has its season.
Yeah.
That's how it is. But if you are in for the craft, and you are an absolute practitioner of the craft, you may not have that kind of fame, but you will be there.
Consistently.
You will just be a necessary evil there.
I like that word.
People anybody who's coming to shoot anywhere will say, where is that leg? Well, because you have made yourself relevant. And don't ever go on set and be a problem.
What do you mean by that?
Some people come and they come with all sorts of excuses, especially if they are collected monies. He will know that he's having another shoot in 5 days' time.
He will collect the money.
He will collect the money, and 3 days to the 5th day, he starts to give you problem with, I'm not well, my mother is in the hospital. Those kind of excuses. You may get away with it first, second time. But you may not have another job from that same
because that would be people's perception of you, and then they use it against you.
So we try, we follow that, our slogan that says the show must go on.
Go on.
So whatever. I pulled a tooth. I pulled a tooth to go on the set.
Wow.
I was on set when my immediate elder brother died. I finished. I didn't talk.
That's commitment, dedication to the contract, to the craft, just like you said.
And the minute you can have that dedication to the craft, the sky will just be your threshold.
Okay. As we round up now quickly, what should we expect from you? What do you have?
In the pipeline?
Yes, in the pipeline. What are you doing? Do you still act? Do you still shoot? Do you still produce? Do you still direct? And when you look back, how many movies would you give credit to as your personal production?
Whoa. Movies. Maybe like my personal movies. Maybe like 47, 48.
Wow. That's huge.
Then I produced huge. For others about 50 something.
That's huge. That's
right huge. Now we are starting a new phase of filmmaking.
Why do you say new phase?
Because it's not what we have been doing or what we did before now. It's completing the movie and then animating the movies. It's a new deal we are starting with the Chinese.
Okay.
And we are starting with our own stories, epic stories. Joromi, Kwase, what do you call it? Atakpayakpa, Ise Nazoloa, then Nekidi, those
movies are way back, yeah.
So that's what we are doing. All the scripts are ready. We are doing our creation artists and dotting our eyes.
Okay.
By tomorrow, Pedi is starting the cartoon version of Ikoka. Tomorrow. And I'm playing with him,
Okay.
He's director. I'm just an actor.
Okay, in that sense.
But I'll be there tomorrow, and I think it will take some the whole of this week for that.
Okay. Okay.
So that's where we are. So right now, I have 2 films to release in the next couple of days.
Interesting.
Mother Dearest and A Woman of Virtue.
We're back to the theaters. I mean, the return of theaters.
Yeah.
How is that adding value to the industry?
Well, it should add value because it's a plus.
But it means that it looks like it's not adding value from that.
Because that's why I said we have no actors anymore. The crop of actors we have now don't know stage. And they are not interested because there's no glamour, there's no glitz. And according to them, no money. So glamour, glitz, fashion, and money is their push.
Okay.
Only very few actors like myself, Tuti Negiabi, Rajo Sawaru, Uniso Morigi, Cliffy Benovia, Sonny Duboy, and a few others. Elia Abaseki, Jennifer Abaseki, those are the ones who have the drive for, or the passion for stage, and of course, what do you call this girl? Peace Usawayi. Call them anytime. They prefer the stage to movies. Ameze Okpunu.
Okay.
These are fantastic stage actors who are ready to work anytime.
Okay, but we've seen a lot of movies going to theaters, not necessarily the stage kind of theater. We've seen that. I mean, for a while it was more of the stage, but we're seeing movies going to theater, people going. How is that adding value to the system today?
It's one of the distribution windows.
Okay.
For filmmaking. Okay. And we have embraced that a long time. I have had 3 films that have gone to the cinemas and theater.
So how do you see yourself in the next 5 years, 10 years? So maybe if I ask this, how old are you today? Or are you,
I'm near 60. I'm near 70 than 60.
Wow, you don't look it more big. So what's the secret?
Just mind your business.
Wow.
Don't interfere in other people's matter.
Wow. No, if you tell somebody you're 50, I'm sure they'll believe you without even.
Don't reduce my market value. So let's keep it like that. So where do I see myself in another 5 years? I think I'm slowing down on acting. I want to concentrate on producing and directing. Okay. And I'm not getting any younger. So I'll only be I'm selecting roles to play these days. I can't be playing all that daga I used to do. So I play king.
No, you can still play level boy. I mean, with this look that you've got.
Well, it will be a one-off thing. I can't be. Nobody can call me a lover boy anymore.
Anyways, it was a delight having you here on the show. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. My guest has been Chief Harry Yobosa Legema, veteran Nollywood actor, producer, director, script writer, everything Nollywood. Hall of Fame Nollywood. Legend Nollywood, former president of Association of Movie Producers in Edo State. Oh, still chairman. Okay, interesting. Anyways, thank you so much for the impact that you've made. We wish you the very best as you look to the next decade of your craft. Thank you. And that's our package today on the program, Icons. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us when we'll bring you a fresh episode of the program. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, Obesni Agbe, Emanazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
A very beautiful afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us on the ITV News at noon. I am Lawrence Osifo. Some of the stories we're tracking for you at this time, where the federal government has deducted 500 billion naira from the May 2026 Federation account allocation to fund the National Security Emergency Intervention aimed at tackling banditry, insurgency, and kidnapping and other security threats across the country. According to the sources familiar with the Federation Account Allocation Committee FAC proceedings, the deduction was made before revenue was shared among the federal, states, and local government councils. Official document also showed that 250 billion naira was allocated to a military intervention fund, 252 billion naira to an infrastructure development fund for states, and 250 billion naira, 450 billion naira for non-oil excess revenue account. Economists welcomed the move, saying approved security is essential for economic growth, but stressed the need for transparency and accountability in managing the funds. Meanwhile, the Department of State Security urged lawmakers to bar foreign organizations from contributing to the proposed Security Trust Fund, warning that foreign fundings could compromise national security operations. The federal government has assured Nigerians in South Africa that all citizens who have indicated interest in returning home amid the ongoing anti-migrant attacks will be evacuated before June 30th, 2026. More than 742 Nigerians are expected to be airlifted in the coming days after the first batch of 258 returnees arrived at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos on June 11, 2026. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu, said President Bola Tinubu has directed that no Nigerian willing to return should be left behind. She expressed concerns over a report of harassment, discrimination, and the targeting of Nigerians, including those married to South Africans. The minister also criticized the unequal treatment of Nigerians despite the presence of over 120 South African companies operating in Nigeria. She added that Nigeria is engaging South African authorities diplomatically, while other African countries including Ghana, Malawi, Zimbabwe and Mozambique have also begun evacuating their citizens. In another development, the federal government has inaugurated a presidential task force on Ebola preparedness as part of effort to sustain Nigeria's zero-case status and strengthen the country's response to future disease outbreak. Chief of Staff to the President, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, said there are currently no reported Ebola cases in Nigeria and stressed that the government is prioritizing prevention over cure. He said lessons from the 2014 Ebola outbreak have helped shape stronger surveillance and response systems, with subcommittees established to focus on broader management, immigration controls and disease monitoring. Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila added that the federal government is working closely with states that have international airports and border communities with the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, providing technical leadership to ensure the country is prepared for any potential outbreak. The victim of the recent kidnapping at the vegetable market of Airport Road, GRA, Benin City in Edo State has regained her freedom, while security operatives have arrested one suspect linked to the crime. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ukpewolo and the Edo State Commissioner of Police CP Monday Agbonika confirmed the successful rescue of the victim during an intelligence-led operation carried out by the security agencies. The report filed in by Iman Mecheng is presented by Ikmomusa Ugiagbe.
Yes. According to authorities, a 32-year-old suspect identified as Marvelous Isaac was arrested in connection with the abduction. Security operatives also disclosed that another suspect was killed during a gun battle that ensued when the criminals attempted to resist arrest. Items recovered from the suspects include a red Lexus RS 350 allegedly used in the kidnapping operation, a pump-action shotgun, live cartridges, a motorcycle, and more than 2 million naira believed to be proceeds from the crime, including ransom money reportedly paid by the victim's family. Security agencies say investigations are ongoing, with efforts intensified to apprehend other members of the kidnapping syndicate still at large. In recognition of the successful operation, Governor Monday Ukpewolo presented a cash reward to the police officers involved in the rescue of the victim, commending their bravery and professionalism.
Something very terrible happened on Sunday, and I called the Commissioner of Police and I told him that whoever committed that crime of kidnapping inside Benin City must be arrested. Within 24 hours, those guys have been caught. Now we are going to set up a special court to try kidnappers and cultists. Within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we are done with it. And I will sign it. Your execution, hanging, I will take you to the roundabout, that is Ring Road roundabout, so that the whole Edo people will see you.
In his comments, Commissioner of Police Monday Agbonika has reassured residents of commitment to strengthening security across the state and bringing criminal elements to justice.
Executive Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Ukpewolo, who has been very courageous in the fight against kidnapping and the fight against cultism in the state.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The National Economic Council, NEC, has approved the sum of 83.2 billion naira for the Anticipatory Action Task Force interventions aimed at mitigating the impact of anticipated flooding and other climate-related emergencies across the country. As Abigail Aderemi reports that the approval for the intervention fund was given on Thursday at the 158th meeting of the NEC at the Presidential Villa in Abuja.
The 158th meeting of the National Economic Council was expectedly presided over by Chairman of the Council, Vice President Kashim Shettima. The Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Bagudu, made a presentation on the need to proactively address issues associated with flooding across Nigeria, particularly during the rainy season. His presentation led to the approval of 83.2 billion naira for the Anticipatory Action Task Force intervention aimed at mitigating natural disasters. Speaking, Vice President Kashim Shettima called on states to work with federal government in resolving the logistical and compliance barriers that prevent farm produce from reaching international markets. The Vice President said the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration's reform agenda must now produce visible results across the Federation. Senator Shettima noted that the Council's work must be judged by what changes in the lives of ordinary Nigerians, especially farmers, manufacturers, vulnerable citizens, unemployed young people and children who will inherit the country. The Council noted that the importance of the AATF in addressing disasters and emergencies across the country, underscoring the fact that NEC cannot continue to be seen as always taking reactionary measures with regards to emergency and disaster management. VP Shettima said Nigeria remains a federation moving from stabilization to production, from aspiration to implementation, and from isolated interventions to coordinated national growth. According to him, the agenda before the Council was not a new conversation, but a continuation of the national assignment with greater pressure for action and results. VP Shettima pointed out that a special protection agenda before the Council was an opportunity to convert national conscience into a durable system that protects citizens and strengthens human capital. On exports and production, VP Shettima said Nigeria must stop relying on the export of raw materials while importing finished products from other countries. He maintained that the country's economic transformation depends on a complete value chain linking farms to factories, factories to standards, standards to ports, and ports to markets. From Abuja, Abigail Adiremi, ITV News.
Let's now take you to the Green Chambers of the National Assembly, where the House of Representatives says it is committed to strengthening Nigeria's intelligence architecture through effective legislation and stakeholders' engagement. The chairman of the House Committee on National Security and Intelligence, Honorable Ahmed Satomi, stated this in Abuja during a public hearing on 3 bills seeking to enhance the operation of the Department of State Security, the DSS. Organi Victor brings us the report.
The proposed bills seek to establish a DSS trust fund to provide sustainable financing for logistics, training, and personnel welfare. Others include the establishment of a Strategic Intelligence Management Institute for professional training and coordination of intelligence officers, as well as a DSS Research and Development Institute to boost indigenous capacity in cybersecurity and intelligence technology.
One addresses the funding, the second addresses the professional training and coordination, and the third addresses the indigenous capacity and technology. Together, they aim to position our intelligence agencies and to better protect the Nigerians and Nigerians' national interests.
Declaring the hearing open, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, represented by the House Majority Leader, Professor Julius Ihambere, stressed the need for continuous training and retraining of security personnel, as well as the deployment of modern technology to tackle the country's security challenges.
They recognize that threats facing Nigeria today require more than conventional responses. They demand sustained investment in intelligence capacity, innovation, research, professional development, and institutional resilience.
Stakeholders at the hearing expressed divergent views on some provisions of the bills, with some calling for amendment and others seeking the deletion of certain clauses.
So I want to suggest that there must be a clarity as to the source of funding for this new agency that is going to be set up.
We want to underscore the fact that promulgating this bill into law would unintentionally create ambiguity and duplication.
So in my opinion, I think services should seek for funding within.
From the House of Representatives, Organi Victor, ITV News.
The federal government has called for stronger collaboration between the media and security agencies to promote national cohesion and strengthen resilience against security challenges. Security correspondent John Tenner reports that the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, made the call at the Nigerian Union of Journalists 2-day National Security Summit in Abuja.
Stakeholders from the media and security sectors are gathered in Abuja for a 2-day summit organized by the Nigerian Union of Journalists to deepen dialogue and foster cooperation in addressing the nation's security challenges. The forum provides an opportunity for media practitioners and security agencies to engage on ways of strengthening collaboration towards enhancing national security and development. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, urged media organizations to exercise responsibility in reporting the activities of non-state actors, warning that sensational coverage could amplify fear and panic among citizens.
Nobody is calling for censorship. Nobody is asking the media not to do its job. But we must know that we must have a country to keep. We must have our unity to uphold so that Nigeria can make progress. Please take these terrorists and criminals off your front pages. This is what they crave for, free of charge.
Media executives and practitioners emphasize the need for mutual respect, trust, and sustained engagement between the media and security agencies in the collective effort to build a safer and more united nation.
Meaningful dialogue and collaboration between the media and security agencies are essential for deepening democracy, promoting national unity, advancing the public interest.
Gone are the days that security agencies see those of us in the media as, in quotes, an enemy. We all want the best for Nigeria.
The media influences public perceptions of security operations. Security agencies depend on the public for intelligence, which is shaped by media narratives. Therefore, the relationship must shift from reactive engagement to structured partnership.
The theme of the summit is media and security agencies as partners in nation building. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
Let's take you through the exciting world of sports, where co-host Mexico became the first nation to qualify for the knockout stages of the 2026 World Cup with a narrow win over South Korea in Guadalajara. Mexico midfielder Luis Romo was in the right place at the right time to tap into the empty net after goalkeeper Kim Seung-yeong spilled the ball following a collision with his teammate Lee Jin-young in the 50th minute of the game. The result continued Mexico's 100th start at the World Cup and confirmed Javier Aguirre's side will advance as Group A winners. That means that the co-hosts will be in Mexico City for both their last 32 and potential last 16 tie, where they could face England if Thomas Tuchel's side win their group and the first knockout match. Despite their defeat, South Korea remained in a good position to advance thanks to their opening day win over Czech Republic. They face South Africa next on Thursday in Monterrey. Mexico takes on Czech Republic and their final group game at the same time in Mexico City. And that's some of the news we're tracking for you at this time. Do want to join us at 3 p.m. again for the World News. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
WIC Women in Conversation. This is another beautiful episode where women are gathered to discuss heart-touching matters in Nigeria and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how we could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa. Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to Japa. What is the meaning of Japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the Japa because you know you Japad when Japa was Japa. Now you're Japambo. Japada. You're Japada. Anyway, so Abby is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Tony. Tony will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience, not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. And we have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country, you hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa?
I believe is a word created to relocation. Nigerians relocation.
What tribe is this word carved from? Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly. Run quickly. Why the Jakpada is come back.
If it's not working out,
run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back. Jakpada. Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Toyin, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria. Yeah. Everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're jackpotting into. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is Japa the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to Japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, Japa. If you don't have, you have to, so many things you have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of Japa too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good thing. And now, maybe if you basically, there is no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000. And for the people that are even using bad electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic and ginger, then you come back home.
You're making me hungry. The food combination.
So that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough not to talk of saving. Yeah. And one good thing that government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They're talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has the opportunity today, I will Japa gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to Japa.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to Japa.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this although insecurity is out of it. But they are also talking about the economy. They also say that things have increased and all that. Because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they all tell me, whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say, that anywhere now way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere now way. Because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here. Where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling in year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, we definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to japa. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people japada. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that japada with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to japada to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-one. They sell it for someone to, japa. Do you think it's worth it?
No, I don't think so, because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity. And I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, the economy, people are suffering and everything. But I want to even bring it at a very basic level. Because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person and I don't expect every person to be business minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into shortlet. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling granules, and then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria, and it's not, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources. Gold, cool.
But are the citizens able to access this mineral?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, do in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from trying to come into from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a training. A woman in Nigeria here. She trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much. They will not give you. It's not much. No,
they will not give you what? They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No,
I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4, and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be the okay.
Okay. Let's make me register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the case.
Let's leave the training aside. Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere. And you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from?
It doesn't have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alaki just free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
You will not go around.
How many people have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is low.
There's opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
Before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abby. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it?
It's worth it.
I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living is cold. People are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay. Ade, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, we'll be having Tony talk to us on is it worth it to sell your property and go. We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Toyin, you were saying something before we went on the short break.
She said that it doesn't worth it. As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023. The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled. It was rough initially, but now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's going up? Is it the expenditure that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes. When they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work and we can make it happen.
How?
She probably has to explain to us.
Time. I feel with time.
With time.
I know there is suffering. I know but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make...
honestly, I do not like the way Chicha is laughing. Because when I did mention let's have a good leadership, she did... When? I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down.
Reach there.
And by the time the cow saw himself in Abatio, pieces you. Sometimes. Is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better.
Are they?
Those that Japan, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have Japan, they need to come back home.
Sister Biodun, we are all Christians, we are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope, we are talking of reality.
Yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that...
Abe, it looks like you are just the one saying the doctors are coming back. They are not coming back.
Some are coming back. Those that, are Japan before are coming back. I have stories.
So when they come back, they are coming back to retired home. That's different.
They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of training.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abe says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I'll go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. Let's say from the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit.
Yeah.
It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to if you have to make sacrifices if you don't have option. If the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in Kwara. Exactly. So if there are opportunities that, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you're migrating due to the fact that your country is... They should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That brings us to insecurity. Because I said we're going to touch insecurity. Why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives, the insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped, So as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abby, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our 2 eyes closed any longer.
Yeah.
So how would you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow.
and then they were arrested. Over to you, Abby.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you mentioned that regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria now from the leaders, and it will be done, because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, also at risk. I've got CCTV in all my rooms, in the inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, so
the crime rates.
Yes, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right,
compared to
Abby.
Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin. Toyin, yeah, okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mothers. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor. The days of Chibok.
Yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancel excursion? Excursion is a good thing, because traveling to get with them around is part of education. But not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying, monitoring them till I hear they're back.
Chisholm.
Yeah, so just to buttress what Tony said, I think Nigeria is to me, Nigeria is like a balloon, right? It's like a balloon, and the more corruption, just like that is how the breeze is just getting bigger and bigger, and the day it will burst, I just pray.
I go down jackpot.
You are holding this jackpot in so fair. Yeah, okay,
so Nigeria is deep rooted in unpredictability, right? You cannot, if you say, oh, let's learn skill, let's all join hand, Nigeria will be better, the government did this. It's better not to wait and say, oh, I have hope for the next 2 years. I think that is what they said the last 5 years ago, or the last 4 years ago, right? So that unpredictability is like an obstacle. It's like a canker worm, right? That is deep rooted in corruption, and it's really terrible, affecting everybody. So the system of JAPA itself, right? It's just like I told you, it's an emergency exit.
Yeah.
especially for the young ones. So if there's an opportunity for them, they should leave because of the high insecurity that is going on. Because in Nigeria, we celebrate basic functionality is seen as a miracle. It's not. It's not. The government is not working. That's just what it is.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay, one word from you, Chisom. If you have the opportunity to japa today, you are a barrister in Nigeria. You're a known barrister with a known chambers. Do you think you will want to japa?
I would.
God bless you.
Because we are all at risk. That is the main point.
Japa. Will you want to japa?
I will say it 25 times without changing my word. I will japa straight if I have the opportunity.
Okay. Abby, if you have the opportunity to japa, will you want to japa?
I said, I'm here for change, transformed Nigeria. I remain positive that we'll work it out.
Amen.
And things will get better. To me, I just remain positive. It's sad what is happening with the kidnapping and everything and the insecurity.
Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you so much. Abby believes that Nigeria can be better, and she also believes that we can actually make it here in Nigeria. That's Abby's belief. But Chisom and Toyin believes that if there's opportunity to japa, they will japa, even though they are well established in Nigeria. At least they're not amongst those that are begging before eating, yet they want to japa. We would like to know what your own take is. Do you want to japa, or you want to believe like Abby that Nigeria will be better someday? That's what we're going to be ending this program today.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota wese eniwa edolopewo. Waya hima makaba pon wa semense. Bota pe makage ya. Ke ya ye na agbon enye gboma. Ke na abete uyowebu. Katikate uyowi mane do ni malelewe ni. Na ya maweto ha. Ukuma mero. Uka mona gbon wero. Wena salebo ya gbon ma yinu kan ya fe bota na mbeke na le maje de bo ki ase de man le wo wi yin ese ma yinu we kan na ya wi bude so benia o ga de na ni wa ni ma gun aka o na ya gba pe haro wogba o ge ugie ni arioba awe yoko ya se ane Nigeria pe arowe ogba oye na 27 years oye na ni Nigeria army oni yoko are Nigeria ya sare oba ni ma we ni ki maharo ena ya ma agwa kan ya na ogwa agwa ore ma lo tan pastor Calvary unamure
iwie do no wo wa be benege kai wa bi tota wabi dayo ofo igbo saroba go yaro oba atokpe
ise obede ma lo tan ge Victor Ebizugbe
I don't know ayire
wàhálà pàrọ̀ ẹni ọ̀bọ̀ yà wù wà ayé wẹ̀ dọ̀rọ̀ sọ́nà pẹ̀lẹ́ ní Jésù ọ̀mọ akọ́ wọn náà wù wà wù bàbá náà ó wọ̀ta mamẹ́rin màgbọ́kẹ́ mẹ́ màrí gbèrò bí yòókù èyí nọ̀dọ̀ màgámi màrẹ́mi olọ́gbọ̀n ọba àtọ́pẹ̀rẹ́.
sẹ mẹ sọ àbọ̀sẹ̀ yẹn jẹ́ níbi ẹ̀rọ nọrí ẹ̀dọ̀ bá yọ̀ká ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀ yà fẹ́ kèrè náà lè ọkà gbẹ ọ̀yẹ́ ẹ̀rọ yà òtàgùn yà gbẹ́gẹ̀ tó wà yà ọba àtọ́pẹ̀rẹ́.
ìṣe.
èyí ni màá wù màá gbà kan níwọ̀n ọ̀rẹ́ àríyé gbèrò bẹ́ẹ̀ ìbí yòókù ọ̀rẹ́ Nàìjíríà màá rẹ̀ kẹ́dẹ̀dọ̀ àdé náà rí ègbé ìbí yòókù ọ̀rẹ́ Nàìjíríà dẹ̀lá ọ̀dà màá yé ni dọ̀lọ́wọ́ wa nọ̀rọ̀ màá sẹ́dẹ̀ hìyà orí máa rúgbò díẹ̀ kàtí màá rúgbò dá ìwé náà rẹ̀ ò tó sọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀wò ìyẹn ìlú máa ẹ̀ ìyẹn ìlú máa yóò dé sí à iwo na lowe wo ye ma yunu kan no bo ni wa ni ameke na we upe haro wogma ikiri upe haro wogma iyokore ya re ya do kan ya re ya fe ami ani haro ya fe ma me ya alawo ma adowe vote adobi e wo la otu e osire osirego in Nigeria. Ya fe maaye maage. Otenege paso kavani unamure. Uage ige otuawe so ige wo kebe igina dona na dobe pedi weva wo kina yena. Yena.
Domo wese
obuka.
Domo sa. Ikaka bo gitu wa do no pe o ni ka gitu wa sin. We wa be nege kai ẹ̀mẹ̀ náà ká ẹ̀mẹ̀ ọ̀kárí ọba owó tẹ̀ wọ́n ma ọ̀gẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ẹ̀yìn mà yà gún àká arabi ọmọ náà ra wọn èyí náà ká sẹ̀tìn o ọ̀sùn ìyá bẹ̀ ewu ẹ̀bọ̀ ọ̀wọn ni ọmọ rà ìgbà píwé van ẹ̀ bàbá ẹ̀rí ọ̀rẹ́ òbí ọmọ ọ̀kẹ́ àbọ̀ náà ayé bí ká mẹ́wẹ̀ sáà mẹ́ wọn tòkpọ́n náà ìgbà píwé van ọ̀nà yàrá tó ta ọ̀jẹ̀ nẹ́ bí egbe yọ bí egbe agbalẹ̀ mi náà rí wọ amáyíká wọ́n náà ọ̀rọ̀ àbọ̀ akari tọkùn mi ukpe eharọrọgbọn nọyin ọnya ugie ẹyin ma yé na yàrá egbe yobe isogiari ọmọ náà bí ẹbẹ ukpo ni ọ̀nàwẹ ukpe eharọrọgbọn ọ̀bùkánná yeye na èso ọmọ dọ́nẹ.
ẹyà bí ẹnẹ
ọmọ náà yìí bí ẹ ọ̀rùkpe eharọrọgbọn anadomiẹwẹ ọ̀rẹ́ owó dọ́nẹ. Bọ́ọ̀rọ̀ yìí yọ ẹ̀gí ọ̀bù hàn aláìdòmíẹ̀wé òpé ìhárọ̀wọ́gbọ̀n ọ̀ríyé náà ni màá rí egbe òbé sógi àwẹ̀ màá yí sẹ́ẹ̀tì sùn ẹ̀ nìyà anárí egbe òbé sógi àwẹ̀ sẹ́ẹ̀bù náà ní mà màá yí sẹ́ẹ̀tì dọ̀lẹ́ yìí nìyà ni màá yí egbe hìyà ọ̀bù kan náà ọ̀wọ́n dọ̀ ọ̀nà àbù kan náà wẹ̀ ìpẹ́ẹ́dẹ́ kesugie àmẹ́ òpé kesugie ọ̀yẹ́ ìjì náà ọ̀nà àyìn ọ̀mọ́ dọ̀ ní kébà pa èmi ọmọọmọ èmi ọmọ kan ọrí pàṣẹ à ẹwọn ọmọọmọ ń ṣe à ẹwọn ọmọ kan ṣe yẹn sọ àwọn èmi òkú ọba adèlè hẹwẹ ọwọhánà wani sọpọ n'ọka ẹni ẹmu ìmàna ọmọ náà yà gbàgbọ́ pé ìhárọ ọmọ gbọ́n ara dè mẹ́mà mi àlùkà ọ̀nà màá sọ pé èkì èkọ́ yẹn nẹ orí má rí rí èmi yẹ ẹ̀bá ẹni lọ́ọ̀gì bá sẹ̀ ẹ̀bá ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀nà owó ègbé ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀bá aláàrù yìí èkè ọ̀kàkà bọ́rọ̀ ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
iṣẹ́ ọ̀sàlóbá aláwo wo lẹ́ẹ̀dì máa láàrú yìí èkè.
iṣẹ́ èrò gínígí.
èrò yìí náà àmì àwọn ẹgbẹ̀rún ó nì náà láwo dá o ẹ̀wọ̀n ni alápò gbáko bẹ iye kò sùn rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò rẹ̀ náà yá máa rẹ̀ ṣe yòó ni máa wà rẹ̀ he máa púpọ̀ ni máa sọ yẹ̀ wí mà òwà ni máa bọ̀ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà yá dúkọ́ ẹ̀ gbogbo ọ̀rẹ́ olùmọ̀ọ́kọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ ìsinmi náà yá fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà awẹ́ ọlápá ẹ̀ ìwìn náà ìwìn lè gbé ìwìn náà ìwìn yà sẹ́ ìwìn náà ọ̀rẹ́ òwázígó ìgò náà mìíràn náà àwa fíẹ́wò rí ẹ àwa mọ́tò ẹ̀yìn àná Nàìjíríà oya ewo ya do age kisi o ya ge very miles o fi gbon ni ma me ma upogene ma hiwe the whole world utagbon ya fe bi ma ye kan se ma wa lu ewo ni re we lari yeye ma mu yo de ni amata lo ya adoni ya fe ya allow down orora bí aláwọ̀dánù rọ̀ wò yé ẹ́ yé ni màá yé náà níwọ̀n ẹ́ ìyá yóò ṣe gbímọ̀ àwọn náà ló ṣe gbẹ́ òtún ẹsẹ̀ rẹ̀ wò náà fi wò rẹ̀ sí díẹ̀ náà fi ọyọ bàáyí rẹ̀ gẹ̀ ẹ́ náà náà gbìnà rẹ̀ wò bàáyí gẹ̀ ẹ́ ẹ̀bá gbìnà ṣe rẹ̀ ìyá ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ wò rẹ̀ mú yọ ara rẹ̀ ara ọ̀nà dọ̀wọ̀ yìí àwọn dọ̀wọ̀ yà sọ̀rọ̀ gbé àìbọ̀yọ rẹ̀ yà pẹ́ẹ́rẹ́ ìyá ṣe gbé rẹ̀ ẹni máa rẹ̀ nà mú kò tẹ̀ hàn rẹ̀ aye mi ore na mi a ma ye mu gbo ni ma mo a igbilo to ye jawe a e na ya fe ma ge na ni wan e wi ni ya ye aye yugbo ni a aye yogo ni a o wa wi ye e kene ori kere akulewo lawa wen wala wa na e wa fi aya fi o no wi fi asere ya awa re ari owo ebe suku awa akoko mo ni die a je ye moto aya gbe ni awa iya mami ni aru awe ama iwo ni iwo na iya we iwo yana iwo ariase wi ariase awe na mu re ni emoni eso wu nu yodo ekeni maye ni kina oda upe aro ogbon ni so jagi se ari oba adima maye na ma na ho ni maye lo kan ala oda aro o te ibizu gbezo Victor wo ye wo ni we wa mi oda a politician we
where about where you uku paze maybe because I want to feel good my here is well I went koko deli waso no kaso no po ye so suge mami ewo na o salogba oga di ai ni ma hu dagwe mane kui mane na gbon mama mo gbe ma ya di ai de gbe ma hu da ma me mata e mata tuta ba ge don gbe ma ro gele na yo ba wi iseza ya pa ye na mu ni ma bo ni ma to bi ma ra elu awe gbe ma ya yere we egede we na ra a midwestern region ari we ona fi a region iva all the panafia with the immutala na gaga and a 12 states and I guy ni ma ne kwi ma ni wi ma ri o ge gbi ma mama e fi pa he says that o e gaga sekere ma e na no state ma me na a democracy 27 years it be a higher ogbon right he onyogi mama e fi state okpa mami what's the boda owo me gwa lori me no pa gwa lori awe na fi e ba ko edo ana fi e na fi yeva hotel Edo South here we gwa le state edo ko government no rigbe e se ta we se ti gwa ma be gwa le no si kesuge no ti mi abi gwa le agigi ya ye tigi we ma that he could gbe ni ma mu dia ni ma mama no fu ma ya gbe na rai no fu re gbe ga gbe ma de ori oni gbe ma o do ni o ma gi ni ma o ma ge igba e so bi ara to bi are o padà te decree o padà wa atani emi agwale àwọn apa mu yan o han jo ma gbon yen wa we ma ya do se kirima iye na
owesi
maniwi ma de ma wo re gbima mama mi o ti ya we o la ho gbima ku ori okuku gbe ni mama ma na we so we go bo pana no pa se go bo pa no fu de gare at the deliver do kana fu ma gbe oba to pe
anyway what that really matter allow down orora oni ma gun kana ba ya mi allow down ba ya mi afi wo ye na ari enima e ma ni nya bo ya fe bo de we na o lapa yi awe police bo ye ya vie wu yo awe vie awe abe ni na be o to se gebo afian ayo ayi ya wa na bo ye na ni wa e nga wa dole yi awa me okari oba ogewo awa we iwo na lobewo yiri no ya ye ogun ya wa no awa dole yi awa asupo upo ni na emi awa asu erewe na erewe awa asu e awe okero aro ebune keye ai enya ni ya fe iya nya ile abotu segewo iya mwese bogi je na o ha me roe usero e ni kire ba we na miewe emina na ya fe go fi wori o so lo papa ma tuti e mo ma tutu salo ba so pa ma reguge uwe owo salo ba a reguge emi are o mi mani maru e ro pade le yo abi Nigeria o de le yo ra we ni ma no na ma ya na de le yo e o te me pastor
domo sa owo mo ala na gbe wa re ubi ibo e o ba be labude wo ori opa mama eri nwa ni nda e dometi ni ma ayo ya ne do he no ya nra omo na labu na gbe adude ne ai bodo ma ri ona labude wo ayo ya ne dometi ma je na baba ma mi eri sogia o jaya jano ma o ma gwa wu ayo ja no yes so pa amara bi malane bo ja abia ge gometi ge sogia wi ma e awa agbo ba gbia awa mama gwa we na akwe gadu magbero akpori ne na wo ma na do mu yi ma bona te gbere mo wa mu ni atobi ya we pe pe na gwa lo ya na mo gwa mi we usaka me ora do gbo de natana nu da ugage wa be no ga ro be ge ni eso gya na ga re federal government ati onwe ogiote ebudo are aulagbada na ga re da de state ya ege na wona ya gboro to to ba bo ni adobo ina re da de me na ya lu igo 3000 no ma se ya de fuel 5 liter no izagodo nekere arunda egi e gan nda isogia ojaya janoma we onyine mani ma bena ya segbe de ege sogia no baba emi ya igba no dado ogwa ejegbe ogwa anyunyi mo so pa aya mi na we omo ragira omo na doji omo na musaka me ayi mi no ta ore ya we no mi obi abu no ki owo na o so omo no ke afi omo no say ba captive view aba eni audio ligi yala o ma mi o ya owo mo ala ni na boewude na gbe aboewude o labude okay na iyo ja na o ja no ro ege sogia so pa je ya mi ma mo ja ni ara wo ma gba boewude egbe na we ligi ina ya sunna o anuli no ro te wi mana usaka ni ro te wi mana with democracy na o to agbe ya wa doge no gege na ya ni democracy na o pe arobogban ke ba panu we gebe na o fi boye e bi o to we ade o ari be de ne noro na ana ka we no when ba ya si wa no ke my dead o awe again no ya go ari no ke de o ibo pa ya ona do ke de do we ke de do ba de Nigeria no we say petrol yere era mu fe e ma no rai na wa je na o wa mu go no so ya dole do na yi o wa mu ko mo de Nigeria o ga wa to ke do na pa o do emu ko bia e wo na gwa lo ma mi e wo se ga gbada egbe no to le bi gbe jora ana we me mani ade ni edo ki o kari oba ofie ni wa ya fie ana do akari oba e ba ni kolo lukma na te corruption ona do ri ama we ki so giani no uda mama mi ala go da ropa no ro ke ni ade wo mana koko ayobo keke na ye ga gbo ma gbia le ni ya ma eni ya use mu dia kere ona so hanu to e le ne pize o ma se 5000 wa mu go kere mo bo emiliki ima ya mu da re ni o na wa bona kesko e ko wa te miliki 10 kobo o wa mo bread o wa to wa nya no e enwemila wa enwene obu yori gbo emili kini ano manoro 1000 adokpa me na yo no de ni ya mi go ya desel emi na gbe kan arasioma ani arioba no ro na mo egbero ya wiye bo no wa one ode na amu moto na ya igbo wa e na no mi moto mi ni wa no amu hie e be bo ti frustration olowo ma na wo be do po emi na wo be ga lowo asokito ero but asokito be government oyin na ro be o wa keka even we ya ri card we agbo mo be we o pa ga ro be na ro asokito uzole va no gbera igi se wa mi o ga ri oba o me yi se wa onope oro we ba ti ni we oro wa gbe no o igbe na fun na we o ma no wota o ma ka mo ni go ri card o igbe na fun na o we 15000 e na ga gbe me e na ga e na mo we ka mi me we ke agbe no we di go be no le li mere e me na we na o ga ri oba la se na ma me go ga ri oba me ye le mi oro ga e 1 naira aya ri card in Central Hospital no ga ri ring road ma me 105,000 you know di yo bona do ba je ni ba mi ma ye school baba be ge no gbe e so dia ni aga de ni ma e ge gbe mu dia be ge so dia no gbe mu dia na ru ara amu mi la le da de school we iri ni ta de iri eni no rari oba e mo na de se no le ebo so pe na de ye na a de bo we ranu lo to oba mi o we yi o kan me bread do nu a kan ye yo nu we pe o yo oba to pe
ise eniwa ya yi wa da yi ma ba we hege na yena ba ya fe wo ye he bi so ba boda enya be nya nia e ne kere ma bere azebe no yasunu e ma bere inura no rewo pe no yare ma bere upupe ni ma le iye mego igo ni value yi ma bere o ha no rewo e ne kere ma be iwe Nigeria no epa japa eya ste japa no gibe japa do nya emi ni japa enu dada ye na otogbe eyere ya pa iya ni we pa ma be won oibiri owulo yode nda Nigeria no lato atopa ni wulo na gbewa ibi ma ya ri oye ya fe popo wa no ewo ni gba ore Nigeria obiyan obuwa oye baya dole yi enara oye remuva wa ma egere ya sunni bene edoye ni a gaka we egene be nupo no ki ma eni wo na amuyoko un oni ma ye lo ni a eye no pe weva ina wa re oye ipen yan 7,000 5,000 no ma ye lo ni so pa be na idele wo ye baya we ya are mewe wa so ta we alauda agwaro alauda na agwaro na si yeke nda na iye na wa mi ono no ma no se ti gbebo mu yi ai gwale na ni ana se koto Nigeria iye o podegbe vedwana ewo eyan ewo ile wa ile ri ewo do tagbon ma le ri eru ya mi wa kegbe ni le lewe wo yan wa le die do yan asedo yan mai mi wa ya wona mai mi wa ya gbogbo mai mi wa ya we mai mu ayi me ma bo ji ebe do na o to se we wo ya ni ma e ma tuti na ni yiro ya se gbe governor ya se ya fe na ya fe ma gwalo to na ya do ugere 27 na haro ogma na iri egbe wo be soja ima ehun se de we ni ma ebo ewe na do boy mo lo tedo aye ke na we mo la o ma fa o ma okene ola erewe kara ya ola wola we mi ya la ni ya awiyala ekene ya mo la aya mo luwa aya mo ekene ya wi na onyo ta ni no na ya ni won ta bizugbe iwe bo wa de you look at
baba so abodo de by ma ya na fi we de gare dagbe ma ya do te won pa owo kara ha o ko ko iko yo ibu no bi ye oibo ere mama ke mai na de wa gbe mana awa gbe ne so le ba na gbe logo ma mu ma gba awa ni ma we no wi obo ni ma yo wi gbe mana so ba na gbe ma mi we ni ma si pagbe ne re si ma dige ma be ya bi obo ye peti na ya mo ma ayupo o wa ni lapo ne e pe ne no ka e ni muda ke be na ya di okoko ga le dagbe yan na te a dividend na okoko do re ayegbe ni ma ya ri egbe egbo e ma na do lawo logo ta ba na logo wan resu ukoyi maru baba ya ni me kaka bodo mu pa mu were idoge we ima ta we de owo de mo pa ni iseza o ti my man se so pa bẹ́ẹ̀ wo orí ìgbégun ẹ̀ orí ìyìn ìkàwé ni ókè náà orí ọ̀pá ni máa mú ẹ̀ ọmọ mú lẹ́kẹ̀tì yéye tó dọ́ni bí máa lè lẹ wà ní ìgbà orí mọ́ náà House of Assembly, House of Senate, House of Representatives, the President, the Governor wà yàwó ẹ̀hẹ́ ẹ̀ máa ní wà gbà orí wà á gbà orí àmúhàyà ẹ̀ máa náà gbọ̀n ẹ̀ máa náà gbọ́n ní awúlò wọn àmì ìgbèjọ́ wọn dọ́wọ́ nọ̀bẹ̀ ń tẹ̀tí lè mú gbó n'òyìnbó ìwé náà ìmọ̀ ya gbà kan ìbòdẹ àgbèso wa àgbèso àmọ̀ iye imú agbóná tó ti kó yọ lọ́yà fún.
èyí máa gbọ́ kàǹkì dẹ́ ẹ̀mí náà rẹ̀ uhi udome ọ̀rẹ́ náà yá dùn ẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní àríọ̀bá ọ̀rẹ́ ìyẹ̀kọ̀yàsẹ̀ àní ìmọ̀ àwùpẹ́ ẹ̀hárọ̀ ọgbọ́n nígbèrà àlùwà náà gẹ́gẹ́ ọ̀kẹ́ yìí rọ̀. Wàá ètùtù àwẹ̀ òtún àjọbí Nàìjíríà ní àfi wòrí ẹ ní àfi kùgbé wẹ aláọ̀dá ọ̀rárọ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ nàdé ǹdàyẹ nígbèrà àbíyẹ èmọ̀ ìlówó ebè àábí ògbógi òyìnbó ìyẹn ìrì ìbáyé ìyẹn àrí stadium ìyẹn àrí ẹ̀yà àyímìrọ̀pà ìyẹn àrí iye wíwó náà yé náà níwọ̀n ẹ̀ wàá ṣe Nàìjíríà rí ilé petrol wàá ìmọ̀ ẹ̀ rí àyíṣẹ́tì ìṣàwòdẹ́ àyíṣẹ́tì ìyúgbó àyíṣẹ́tì ìyógò èyí ni bó yàfẹ́ wà ẹ̀wọ̀n máa náà tútì ẹ̀ àríọba yàfẹ́ máa pọ̀ wọ́n sàrọ́bà yẹ̀gẹ̀ náà náà lórí ìwọ̀n èso ìmọ̀nìgbé mara lọ sàrọ́bà gbéra ya nìkún rẹ̀ hospital ní kìnnà kìnnà náà lọ́bẹ̀ ló wà ní gbé mara níkà náà gbéra wa sàrọ́bà gbéra wa yàfẹ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n máa náà mú gíbo tàwọn ẹ̀dẹ̀ nínú àyítọ́ ìmọ̀ ka ugè náà dóná sàrọ́bà débà máa yàfẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ìṣẹ́.
ITV, certainly the best.
go ask, go look for pet.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us on the program Talking Business. I am Lawrence Osifo, and it's a great pleasure to have you join us on the show this beautiful Friday afternoon, where we try to make some sense out of the economic indices and analysis of what's happening around. The exchange rate has been lately probably you want to say it's being stable, or it's not being stable, as the case may be. Depends on the eyes at which you're looking at the naira to the dollar, the naira to the pounds, the naira to the euro, and the naira to other commodities, or rather other currencies in the global space. But as of today, there seems to be some kind of trajectory in terms of exchange rate. I have all of that put together for you on the show. We'll also go to the Apex Bank headquarters, the CBN, to see what the CBN is saying about how fraudsters have made the sum of 134 billion naira within the space of 5 to 6 years in this country. So fraudsters seem to be cashing out from their illegal businesses that they are doing, and they are making money out of people's wealth. The Apex Bank is saying there was an audit that was done, and we saw 134 billion naira, a whopping sum of such that the fraudsters have been able, or rather were able to collect from unsuspecting Nigerians, which is not really too good. So on the show this afternoon, we have so much to talk about, but we'll go on a short break before we start the conversation. Stay with us.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
TV, certainly the best.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us on the program. Let's see what the exchange rate between the Naira and the dollar is saying on the NAFEM and the NAFEX market this afternoon, as the Naira traded within a relatively stable range against the United States dollar at both the official and the parallel foreign exchange markets on Friday, June 19th, 2026, as investors and businesses continue to monitor liquidity conditions and demand pressures in the currency market. Latest data from the Apex Bank, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the CBN, show that the Naira is trading around 1,360 Naira against the dollar at the official market, continuing the trend of relatively stable and stability recorded in recent sessions. The official exchange rate hovered between 1,357 Naira and 1,364 Naira per dollar based on the recent market data and trading activities. Market analysts attributed the Naira's resilience at the official window to ongoing foreign exchange reforms, improved transparency, and the market and sustained dollar supply from authorized dealers. A recent report indicated that the official market has largely remained within the 1,360 Naira band, despite fluctuations in global currency markets. At the parallel markets, commonly referred to as the black market, the dollar traded at about 1,390 Naira to 1,400 Naira to the dollar for buying and selling transactions, depending on the location and the dealer quotes. The spread between the official and the parallel market rate remained relatively narrow compared with the previous years. Currency market data from recent trading sessions showed that at the official NAFEM rate, around 1,360 Naira and 1,373 Naira to the dollar, while below the change operators at the parallel market operators quoted rates largely within 1,390 Naira and 1,400 Naira to the dollar. Based on relative rates, $100 would exchange for approximately 136,000 Naira at the official NAFEM window and about 139,000 Naira to 140,000 Naira at the parallel market window. Foreign exchange traders says that market participants are closely watching inflows from exports, foreign portfolios, investments, and remittances, which remains key factors influencing the Naira's performance against the dollar in the coming weeks. All right, let's take you away from the exchange rate between the Naira and the dollar. Let's talk something very critical about fraudsters that the Apex Bank have come out with a report that the fraudsters have made to the tune of 134 billion naira between the year 2020 and 2025. This is according to the report recently released by the Apex Bank, the CBN, just yesterday. Let's walk through. Banks and their customers lost a combined 134.48 billion naira in fraud between the year 2020 and 2025 amid significant expansion in digital payment and financial technology adoption across the country. This is according to the data contained by the Apex Bank, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN's Nigeria Payment System Vision 2028 document. The document obtained by correspondent from the Apex Bank showed that the attempted fraud across the banking and payment ecosystem amounted to the tune of 187.79 billion naira during the 6-year period, while actual losses stood at 134.48 billion naira. The losses were recorded between multiple payment channels, including the counter transaction, automated teller machines, and also checks, e-commerce platform, and internet banking, mobile money point of sales terminal, web channels, and other electronics payment platform, highlighting the growing challenge of safeguarding Nigeria's increasingly digital financial ecosystem. The analyst of the data showed that the fraud losses increased steadily from 11.61 billion naira in the year 2020 to 12.77 billion naira in the year 2021, 14.32 billion naira in 2022. The figure also rose to 17.67 billion naira in 2023 before surging dramatically to 52.26 billion naira in 2024, the highest annual loss recorded within the 6-year period. The 2024 figure alone accounted for nearly 39% of the total of 134.84 billion naira between 2020 and 2025, showing a scale of the fraud challenge faced by banks, payment systems providers, and customers. Similarly, attempted fraud climbed to 13.25 billion naira in the year 2026 and 14.48 billion naira in 2021, 16.41 billion naira in 2022, 19.72 billion naira in 2023, before jumping to 83.36 billion naira in 2024. However, both attempted fraud and the actual losses declined in the year 2025 to 37.54 billion naira and 25.85 billion naira respectively. The report attributed the sharp rise in the losses in 2024 largely to major internal fraud cases involving 30 billion naira. According to the document, fraud amount in internet banking, mobile and POS transactions channels declined, yet also the losses rose to 196%, primarily due to the major internal case involving 30 billion, while web fraud incidents also increased by 169%. The Apex Bank noted that the trend demonstrated how single large-scale fraud incident could significantly distort wide loss figures despite improvement in several digital payment channels. Before the 2024 spike, the report showed that the fraud patterns had evolved across different payment ecosystem in Nigeria. So this brings to mind of when you get calls from someone who you don't know, who definitely comes with a pretense that they are calling you from the bank. They start asking you for your key details like your personal identification number known as your PIN, your what is it called now, your CVV number, the number behind your ATM card, or they start asking you for your one-time password, your OTPs, that you have issues. Rather for you to send such details to someone you don't know that is calling you randomly, just go to your bank, visit your bank, and resolve your issue if there is any at all, because these guys are out there. It seems to be their job, what they do for a daily basis. That's their business. They don't have any other thing they do. Majority of them wake up in the morning, they wear suits, they wear ties. In some cases, some of them they don't, and they are just somewhere putting calls through. But one thought will also come to mind: Nigerians, majority of Nigerians, or an average Nigerian, is a greedy person. So the person they said they want to give me money. Let me send them the details. As you send your details, they are busy sending the details away from your bank account. So that's why you have to be extremely careful whom you send or who you share some of your details with, your PIN, your digits and your passwords and everything. Just be extremely careful, because these guys are doing, it's a bad business anyway, but they are cashing out of it. So you be the one to hold them, not to even allow them cash out on your head in the first place. Let's take another short break on the show. When we return, we'll call it a wrap. Stay with us.
Situated in the majestic city.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us. Let's go to the Debt Management Office. Let's see what's happening in the bond market. You know, the bond market is a very unique place to also invest in, just like the stock market where you buy shares and you get a return. Probably you sell off and you get your return. But the bond market is also a place where people are investing in and they are making critical money out of it. But let's see what's happening in the bond market. The Debt Management Office, the DMO, acting on behalf of the federal government of Nigeria, plans to raise 1.2 trillion naira through the reopening of 2 federal government of Nigeria's bond at an auction scheduled for 22nd of June 2026. According to the DMO's offer circular released on Monday, 15th of June 2026, the government will offer 600 billion naira each on a 10-year and a 20-year bond with settlement set for June 24th, 2026. This issuance forms part of the government's domestic borrowing programs and also comes amid elevated yields in the fixed income market. The circular reads, the instruments on the offer of the 22.60% FGN January 2035 bond, a 10-year reopening valued at 600 billion naira, and 16.2499% of the FGN April 2037 bond, a 20-year reopening worth 600 billion naira. Successful investors will pay a price based on the yields to maturity that clears the auctions. In addition to any accrued interest on the bond, subscriptions are priced at 1,000 naira per unit, with a minimum investment requirement at 50.001 million naira, and additional purchases in multiples of 1,000 naira. Coupon payments will be made semi-annually, while the principal will be repaid in full at maturity. The planned 1.2 trillion naira issuance comes at a time when the Apex Bank, the Central Bank of Nigeria, is aggressively tightening liquidity through the open market operations, OMO, a move that has pushed yields higher across the fixed income markets. Analysts and market analysts also view the size of the offer as one of the largest single federal government of Nigeria's bond auctions in recent months, underscoring the government's funding needs to prevailing liquidity management measures. While the 10-year bond carries out a significantly higher coupon rate of 22.60%, the longer dated 2037 bond offers a low coupon of 16.2499%, reflecting the interest rate environment at the time of its original issuance. Despite the lower coupon, demand for the long-term federal government of Nigeria securities has remained strong, particularly from pensions fund administrations and administrators and insurance firms seeking tax-exempt assets to match their long-term liabilities in the bond market. Okay, like I stated earlier, the bond market is actually a place to invest in, just like the stock market. When you make your investment and you set your priorities right, when it's time for you to sell off, you sell off and you make cool money rather than what happens in Ponzi schemes. Bond you buy, shares you buy, you just leave it there. Depends on how long you just want it to grow and mature. It's called maturity period, not like maturity like a child anyway. It's just, that's the term that is used. You leave it for the maturity period, it gets matured, time coming, you sell, just like the one for the 10 years now, which is by 2037 for the one for 20 years, 2037, while the one for the 10-year bond is, for 2035. So when you buy such bond, you just keep it and let it just be there, more like you just leave it. But when the time comes for you to get your dividends and your payment, it becomes a huge sum of money. So I will always advise people, either you invest in bond or you invest in shares, you make more money out of it. Just that you leave it for for some time, not like a very long time, but for some time. That's the size of our package on the show today. It's been quite a great time. God willing, next week we'll be back again. We'll see you on the program. On behalf of everyone here, I want to thank you for investing your quality time with us on the show. I'll see you again. I'm Lawrence Osifo. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
bully we're talking
That's
about.
what I said.
So
So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shwebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa.
Welcome to another Friday afternoon on Independent Television and Radio here in Benin City. The program is Hitches and Voices. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget this program, Hitches and Voices, is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of Persons with Visible Disability, NAVID. For those of you who don't know, NAVID is a very reputable organization in Nigeria that is advancing the cause of persons with disability. Last week on this program, we opened the conversation on our Democracy Day celebration, which was 12th of June, which happens to be Democracy Day here in Nigeria. And we narrowed the conversation to inclusive governance and inclusive democracy. Of course, you cannot talk of democracy without talking about inclusive governance. And our guest was Melody Omosa, Esquire, Executive Director, NAVID. And fortunately for us today, we felt we still had an unfinished business with him. We brought him to the studio again to further the conversation and conclude on some of the questions we would love to ask him on the program today. Melody Omosa Esquire is our guest on today's program, Hitches and Voices. Once more, welcome to Hitches and Voices, sir.
Thank you very much, Kingsley, and good day, listeners and viewers.
All right, I want to seize this opportunity to celebrate most of the states in Nigeria who have passed the disability law in their various states. The newest addition to the number of states who have the disability law signed in their state is Bayelsa. Bayelsa, 2 weeks ago, the governor signed into law the Agency for Persons with Disability Agency of Bayelsa State. I think that's how it is christened. And our special appreciation goes to the governor and to the people of Bayelsa, particularly the community of persons with disability in Bayelsa State. Here in Edo State, we've long celebrated the establishment of the Edo State Disability Commission, which has come to stay, and we are happy that other states are following. We have over 13 states that have, that has a law that protects the rights of persons with disability in Edo State. But moving on, continuing our conversation like we did last week, where we talked about inclusive governance, inclusive democracy, how persons with disability can participate in the political space, and how they can also participate in the electoral space. Today we'll be looking at the issue of how persons with disability are faring today, regardless of the laws that are meant to protect persons with disability. But I'll first start by touching on our economy. We all know that it is hard times. People barely survive nowadays, and persons with disability are often described as people who are dependent. And now you have those who are depending on who are finding it hard to survive. So what will happen to those who are depending on others? So I would like to fire that first question. I know you are one major voice within the disability community, and I'm sure you must have gotten calls or you must have heard the cry of persons with disability as this economic reality bites. What's your reaction to this, sir?
Thank you very much. Like you already stated the obvious. The times, as they say, are hard. Times are very difficult. A lot of people can't meet their daily regulars to run their homes, go about their chores with ease, pay bills. It's difficult everywhere, the economy, and even the government acknowledges the fact that Nigeria is undergoing a tough economic season, and it's so not only for people in this part of the country, all over the country. And although sometimes argument of government is that it's a global thing, there are challenges to the global economy here and there, that is different factors responsible. But as to the effects, I cannot put it beyond what you have said, that if those persons with disabilities could ordinarily run to for succor when they have difficult times, are themselves looking for help, what becomes the fate of persons with disability? As a player in the industry, perhaps because of I'm a known voice, a lot of people call, ask for assistance, and true to it, in the past, we've been able to do a lot for persons with disability, supporting their education, seeing them through even up to the highest level, going through tertiary institution, helping with job placement, giving them livelihood, and even critical interventions of providing livelihood and some form of support, even as much as paying rents for persons with disabilities. Well, some of them still think, or perhaps those who were not part of those good days and hear of what NAVID represents still reach out. And it's difficult when you tell them that presently we are not able to give support. It's a disbelief. They don't just believe. And you see them thinking that it is how they put the language, trying their best possible to make you realize their peculiarities, their difficulties, trying to sound very persuasive, as if that itself would do the magic. If there are no means to meet the needs of these persons, there's just nothing anyone can do about it. But personally, I'm pained when I see a genuine case that would have warranted intervention, saying that no one's dropped out of school, saying that people who are not sure of the next meal, who have gone days without food, have something on their table. You can't just hear those cries and you are unable to do something. If you are human, it touches on it's going to be hard to just close up without feelings for these persons.
You know, last week on this program, we talked about numbers, and you argued that we cannot say that the community of persons with disability in Nigeria are minority. You, in fact, christened them to be the largest minority, because we are talking about well over 30 million persons. But the stats we do not have, I don't know if you have it, is to be able to find out from these 30 million persons with disability across the country, how many of them are gainfully employed, how many of them are just going cap in hand trying to fend for themselves. I say this in view of the fact that Nigeria's democracy, economically speaking, is a capitalist economy, survival of the fittest. But all other democracy that we celebrate have been able to find a way to cater for some other groups, providing safety nets, social security for, for persons with disability, women, children in their various clients. Looking at all this scenario, what's your take?
Well, every facets of the population should be protected, even though our democracy, like you said, is capitalist in nature. Our economy, not just is capitalist in nature. It becomes the case of the survivor for the fittest. But wherever this system of government is copied from, is emulated, is being emulated, they also take care of segments of their society through their different social reforms policies that ensure that everyone, so you see an American, for instance, will task the rich just to be sure that there are social safe nets for vulnerable groups. Yes. You understand? Today in America, food is not a problem for anyone. Feeding, as basic, as important as that is not a problem. There are places you go, you just get free meal. So this idea that some philanthropists in Nigeria try to run to say they are operating soup kitchen and all that. It is the responsibility of government in other climes. They have it in in Europe and in the Americas, that where the less privileged group, so to speak, that cannot afford food will go there, so that nobody go to bed without having something. So it's now become an issue of how much more do you want to have, how independent do you want to be, an issue of class also, to say, oh, I feel I do not want to be associated or counted among those who cannot provide. So if you feel that you are well enough and you don't want, if you like, call it the stigma of going asking the state to feed you, if that is not your problem and you genuinely need to be fed, then there's a place for everyone. We have people all over, and we find out from them how these things work. That again has its direct implication on the stability, on the safety, and on the security of society. A man that has not eaten for days and is not sure of where the next meal is coming to, goes day in and out to bed without barely eating. We find crime attractive, and we tell himself that he has no alternative. So where state is thinking of provide, that's why people always talk about pulling people out of poverty as a way to securing the nation, to bringing down the crime rate. There's very close nexus. So for persons with disabilities, we may not be able to put figures to it, but the truth remains that the vast majority of persons with disabilities are living below poverty lines and are unable to cater for themselves. Where you said presently you have over 133 million that are in multi-dimensional poverty. What would you say? I want to think that if there's any percentage of persons with disabilities that is outside that net, that drag, may not be up to 1%. Of persons with disability who will be comfortable on their own, that what's happening in the state does not affect them. The truth of the matter is government needs to be very deliberate about protecting its citizenry and providing means of survival, of economic means for them, by creating the enabling environment. And government must intentionally provide for the most vulnerable. You may not be able to provide for everyone in need, but government should be seen putting the effort to starting from some point to saying that, oh, the persons with disabilities, for instance, who are lettered, who have gone to school, who have acquired certain skills, or who want to acquire certain skills, have the environment to so do, have the place to ply their trade, and be able to sustain themselves and their immediate families.
Fantastic. The program is Hitches and Voices. We'll have a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation with Melody Omosa, Esquire, Executive Director, NAVID, Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, continues. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. The program, like you know, is Hitches and Voices on independent television and radio. I would like to thank our audience who are following on radio. Don't forget, this program comes to you simultaneously on television and radio, So I want to thank our radio audience who are currently following us right now. I'll go back to my guest. One of the first things that the Tinubu administration did was to announce the removal of subsidy. That sparked up different conversation. But one of the things that the government have said is that one of the arguments for the removal is that it frees money for states to do much more. Are you worried that despite the humongous amounts given to states, do you think that most states prioritize, from this sum that they are giving, prioritize the issue of the welfare of persons with disability. It might not be deliberate for them to ignore it, but you think they prioritize it. And you think the law and the act, both at the national level and the various state level, provides for persons with disability to benefit or, you know, get certain, like you have in other clients where they call it disability benefit. Do we have something like that embedded in our laws?
I think the government needs to, at the risk of repeating what I said, be very intentional about catering for all facets and segments.
The question will be how?
They need to be, first of all, some of this problem will be solved if first they have the appreciation and understanding that there are this class of persons that they need to act differently, and not assume that policies that are churned out for the generality of the populace will automatically benefit
for persons with disability. And I think the case in hand would be the cash transfer policy introduced by the Buhari administration. I really do not know how many persons with disability benefited from the cash transfer policy, because that was meant to cushion the effect.
So the argument I'm making is that there must be deliberate effort to focus on this set or segment of persons, and it's only then that we'll begin to see some level of cushioning of the very adverse effect the economy have on those persons. The fact remains that persons with disabilities are very resilient. They want to be part of society. They are not necessarily asking for handouts. They want to be productive. But the system that they go against is so tight, putting them in the labor market like every other person. How many persons? The study needs to be carried out today, and that is how many persons work with their certificates or still work with what they have studied. A lot of youths have found alternatives. Of course, we know government cannot employ all those that need jobs. In fact, the private sector should be the greatest employer of labor. But unfortunately, in our case, government is. But the responsibility of government should be to create the enabling. No, generally, government is the largest employer of labor, not just of persons with disability. Okay. They are the government, both at the state, federal, and local level. They employ more persons, but it's for them to actually create the enabling environment for more small and medium scale enterprises to come in and soak off the unemployment in the system, and in those employment that is created, also ensure that a percentage is reserved for persons with disability, and it is followed through. Why should any establishment have workers that runs into hundreds and there's no one with a disability in the employment? So your question is whether with the cash that, the release of more funds to states, whether it has anything to show for the welfare of persons with disability. Political will is important. If government understands the population of persons with disability, and they want to do so much to get them to contribute to the economy, they need to exercise that political will to say, okay, we are not looking for something glamorous, because what is government looking at? Things that people will see and applaud them. How many persons will come? How many government today will be celebrated for investing hugely on disability welfare, disability education, disability empowerment, and all that, right? How many people, society generally, will celebrate the government for so doing? But when you construct roads, bridges, and do what people can see, they see that government as a performing government. But when you focus on the welfare of your citizens, on your not only on persons with disability, it seems that you are not working. It's a society mindset that needs to be changed, and it is also responsible for why government will not look at boosting the welfare of persons with disability as a priority concern because they think they are not going to get accolades and applause from the citizenry when they so do.
You know, in my opening, I talked about some states who now have the disability law. You know, that for me is a step in the right direction. Now, persons with disability, whether we like it or not, we are part of the national conversation. I've seen certain moves from certain political parties who are talking about inclusion for women, inclusion for youth, and satisfactorily, they are now beginning to add, which was never the case in time past, they are now beginning to add inclusion for persons with disability. In fact, without mentioning the political party now, I also observed that one of the political party has reserved a seat in their, I'll call it national ESCO now, just like you have women leader, youth leader, they've also created an office for persons with disability. I think the APC has done that. I've seen it with the ADC now, and the NDC is also talking about disability inclusion. Do you think that we are moving, at least this is a step in the right direction, and also considering the fact that, do you also consider the Disability Act and law as part of our gains since our democratic dispensation?
Yes, of course, the Disability Law and Act, National Act, cannot be a minus. It's a gain.
Yes.
It deepens the conversation. It institutionalizes interventions. It helps to build systems for involving persons with disabilities. And true to it again, it's a step in the right direction. All these leading political parties who are beginning to create space for persons with disabilities to be involved at party levels. I would urge them, I celebrate that, I urge that it should be consolidated, and also such persons that they should also see beyond giving them space in their political parties. For those who are privileged, who Nigerians give the mandate to form government at whatever level, also see to it that persons with disabilities are part of governance.
That's inclusive governance now.
Inclusive governance, not just at the political party, but when it gets to the actual proper, they are absent. Yes, we are women leader. We are now also having disability leader. We are also able to count the ratio of women involvement in different cabinets that is formed at the center and at different state level. Whereas women will cry to say that they still suffer in most cases less than 35 affirmative percent that they should have, rising from the 1995 Beijing conference. Where's person with disability? Is there a minister today with a disability that is part of the community of persons that is a minister? Is there a commissioner? So we are waiting to see the states that have this, the legislative houses that have this, and celebrate them to say, yes, these are known persons with disability. Government is deliberate. And I think that it should not be accidental that persons with disabilities are included. I know that they said in democracy, nobody gives you anything.
It's not serve a la carte.
It is not serve a la carte. But I also think that when the field is not level, then it will be unequal. It will be inequality to treat unequals as equals. And so it is to that end that it will be important that there must be some certain provision that guarantees the participation of persons with disability. Leave it for the struggle. If you say, oh, 5% of the cabinet, 10% of the cabinet must be persons with disability, let those who are qualified for it fight for it. It's not going to come because we are disability is no qualification, but disability is a reason, no qualification to get what you should get, but it's a reason why your qualification will be prioritized. If you don't have the qualification, then there's nothing to prioritize. I don't know if you get the point I'm making here, that you are one with a disability, does not mean automatically you should be considered. But once you now have the qualification to be so appointed that you are one with a disability, now should not give you an additional reason why government should prioritize your appointment over others. So we want to see in the next dispensation, political dispensation, come 2027, when political parties, they are going to be asking for the votes of Nigerians in January next year. For those that will form government at the different level, we'll be monitoring to see how inclusive their government is going to be of persons with disabilities, not just for women and for youths.
You just brought that from, I was about going there now, like, okay, campaigns will soon start. What do you, I was, looking forward to saying, okay, what do you expect political parties to be saying? Rhetoric is more about, we'll include them in our political party. But beyond that, looking at their manifesto properly, what inclusive policy do you want to see political parties talking about, as we move on towards the election?
All right. I think here, first, we should see the manifestations of these political parties, their manifestos, yes. That they are, by design, it is inclusive. Advocates, civil society should begin to demand for such inclusion and hold them to their word. Not making it generic to say that we will include them. Tell us specifically how you intend to include them. For instance, beyond what you will do, creating an inclusive environment, tell us the level of participation. If you say at least there's going to be one person with disability in your cabinet, we'll be looking forward to that. But we'll be glad to hear percentages at the different levels.
All right, which we had more time to exhaust the subject, but definitely we'll always bring the Executive Director, Navid Melody Omosa, to this platform to deepen this conversation about disability inclusion and participation. But it's a wrap on the program today. I'd like to say a very big thank you to our sign language interpreter for today. Good luck, Omusi, for coming on the program. We'll do this next week. Till then, my name is Kingsley Okoje saying, spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel
ITV, certainly the best. Waiting they happen. I will never leave your
Franchise, how are you? Awesome.
I used to believe we were running on the edge.
Manchester Children's Day. Manchester Children's Day. I was telling this grand choreography on. This is colorful. Beautiful. Can you see your display? Higher, higher, stronger. Watch what you're going to right now. These are the children, and they're saying, well done. Rising light. Beautiful. Thank you. Beautiful. Children of the kingdom, shining like the morning. What a wonderful display. Only the children.
That and this year team, May 27, choose kindness, reject bullying. That means to say, make we take kind to our children, then make we reject bullying. You go see I'm saying, for our houses, even for the school, bullying there for house, bullying there for school. But make we reject all this bullying and make we choose kindness. Goroti oye! Mara Goroti oye! Which school is this? Imagoro oye! Imagoro oye! Ita College oye! Ita College oye! Let's say all of the champion. Stand up for the champion. You don't win again, oh. 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 Which school is this? Naija College. For Upper? For Upper Sakaba? For area for Upper? Oh, Naija College. How are you today? What's your name?
Sulamet.
What class are you in?
SS2.
SS2. This year team is choose kindness and reject bullying. Is there bullying in your classroom or in your school?
No.
So what do you have to say to people, even your brother or your sister, even in school, who tries to want to bully someone?
They should stop.
Stop?
Yeah. Stop bullying, yes.
You prefer kindness?
Yes.
Than to bully her?
Yes. Okay, so we are are going to advise them they should stop bullying, because bullying is not good. You bullying your own fellow mates is bad, like it's seriously bad. You don't need to bully your own fellow mates because you both are friends. You got to stop it. So, on my opinion, I would say we got to stop bullying because bullying is bad. Okay, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Fantastic. My advice for this matter say, you know, good more they bully children. You know, your good more they bully children at all. There are other ways to correct children when they misbehave. There are other ways to caution them. There are other ways to correct them. So bullying is completely out of it. It's not part of it at all. It's completely out of it. So we must not bully our children.
This matter now, it concerns house too, for house.
My house for start. My house now for start. When we finish for house, we will carry enter market. From market we carry enter street. From street we carry enter our schools. Mostly primary schools, junior secondary schools, and senior secondary schools. So you don't go about the bullying.
So what if the school authority do if they found any child they do this act?
The governor already, the Ministry of Education, they don't already put things in place. What to do to people when they bully children. They're already on it.
So much choose kindness.
It choose kindness over bullying.
Thank you. Correct. Stop bullying. Choose kindness in our house, in our school, primary school, secondary school. Choose kindness and stop bullying. Open secondary school for the old boy who dey so.
It feels amazing. I'm very proud to be here. I'm thankful for the opportunity to represent my people. I'm a true indigene of Edo State, a true daughter of the soil. So it's good to be back home and to be a part of the Children's Day. I love children with all of my heart. So to be here, talking to them, inspiring them, it's more than an opportunity. I'm very thank you so much. She's my favorite celebrity. Very happy. Happy Children's Day. Happy Children's Day, guys.
Thank you.
I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time to you, my guy. That is not I don't mind. 'Cause you be my dream for life.
What do you want to say?
I want to say thank you to the governor of Edo State for bringing this activity to Kote Park. I'm here to represent my school, Yogbe College. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Okpebolo, Monday, Abakomisa.
As you can see, there is a calisthenics dance choreograph display.
Coastal Children's Day. Coastal Children's Day. God is coming to start choreography on. This is colorful. This is standard. Beautiful. Can you see your display? Higher, higher, stronger, stronger. Watch what?
Never be the same. This kind God,
kind God. Let me hear you, hear you. This kind God. They say no to bullying. They say choose kindness. Which school is this? Amota, stop. Imagwero. Ora do guess, oh yeah. Lari, ora do guess. Choose kindness and stop bullying.
Respect yourself. Respect yourself. Respect yourself. Respect what?
Don't bully. Who do you have to say concerning this choose kindness and stop bullying? Is it in our school or in our house, or it start from our heart?
It start from our house. It start from house because when the younger ones they cause their elder one, mama and papa go they look them. From there they go kind of enter school. They go they insult themselves, insult their elder people. So now from house to start. They go kind of enter school. So for school now, we want to try to stop her from school.
So, but it dey happen for school. But you as a teacher, how una don't tell they want make una take stop this thing? Now they talk to these students.
We dey talk to them every day for assembly ground. We dey tell them the meaning of bullying. What is bullying mean? Not be say you cause person that be bullying. Not be say you push person that be bullying. It gets to kind of words when you go tell person where still be bullying. Where they're not supposed to they talk. Yes.
So now our house is for start.
Now for house is for start.
We papa and mama they start up.
Yes, so
we know they separate them.
We know that some they fear their children. They fear to talk to their children. Say this one you do, this one you bad. And you know that this day now we like say everywhere get as it be. As they give them food they chop. Tell them they talk to they say they bad.
Oh yeah!
Yes, that's what Sunu like. Confirm.
What's this matter? Now very serious matter. I dey tell you, now very serious matter. Because you know what they talk to? Even me, I be lawyer. And I be child rights activist. You see, like what they tell them, they know they want here. Lion not the born snake. Most of these things now the attitude of the father for house. Then they carry come public.
No, barrister, activist. Say now we be papa mama.
I dey tell you, now snake they born snake, lion they born lion. I be you don't see where person plant cassava, I go rip cocoyam. Now what you plant, now you go rip. See me now, see my children there. They look me now. Anything when you be, now in your people children they copy.
That no me say I not fit discipline my children.
The best way to train your children, even the law don't stop all those beating of children anyhow. The best way to train your children is be the example they want to see. If you as a father you dey behave well, your children go behave well. But if you as a father you be courteous, your man are courteous, your children will be courteous.
No, papa and mama now they watch us online now.
Yes.
They watch us for television, for Facebook, for TikTok,
everywhere.
Now you they start to talk say now from house from start before enter school.
In short, when we did primary school, they teach us for social studies say the first agent of socialization is the family. So most times that's why they say charity begins at home. Are you getting me? No place like home. Many parables dey about home. So to let you know, say background matter a lot. If you see long tree when long go up, wetin make am long because of the roots.
Okay, wetin can be bullying?
Bullying. Okay, bullying na very simple thing now. Bullying na when one pikin or one person they try to suppress another person. They try to force a way on another person.
For house or for school?
For anywhere. But for this one, we dey talk about school. Now we dey talk about here now. So the matter, the level be say, this thing is against God, it's against man, it's against society.
Bullying?
Yes, and it's against the person. As you dey so now, if me make the first wetin I want on you, you go like am. And the Bible say, wetin no good for one, make we not do am for another. Because that is what they call the golden rule. What is good for one is good for another. Treat others the way you want others to treat you.
see your daughter.
You see that they look me here now.
Okay. You want tell me say if your daughter now do some kind of thing, you know if you carry your breath, they whip her.
If me and you they fight for here now, my daughter see me next time when person interview, I go fight her now. So the best way to train children is not to beat a child, is to be the example they want to see. So because my children, no, they stubborn because they look at our papa, they look us. They look us, they watch the way you take the discipline. What's you know one thing I discover? Let me tell you what I discover. I discover, say, do you know that talking they learner? You know, say to waka they learner. To waka, picking they learn to waka, picking they learn to talk. Now for study, research, now discover.
Okay, what will be the solution to all this thing?
Simple. If problem dey, you will go to the roots. The best place to solve a problem is to go to the roots. For example, when I travel go Israel, I discover one thing. For Israel, that they use simple technique to solve difficult complex problem. But for Nigeria, we they use complex problem to solve complex technique to solve simple problem. If you carry this matter go federal government, they'll set up committee. When they set up committee, the members of the committee, all of them go get subcommittee. Then when they get subcommittee, you see for simple problem. So it is left for us to go back to the drawing board. Let parents behave well. Let parents behave like the standard of God.
No, let take me that make me and my wife.
Yes.
Make we behave well.
If you behave well, your pikin go behave well. Because lion is the born.
My wife insult me for the presence of my children. I will insult her.
Then your children go begin insult themselves when they don't marry. Yes. Even my children, they tell me sometimes, I say, Daddy, we don't like the way you spoke to mommy today. I will carry my wife, tell her sorry for their presence. They go learn.
So many of us don't do many mistakes.
Yes. So charity begins at home. I know the Bible talk, it says go and do likewise. So me, they send you now, me you go do the same thing when I tell you.
I think this menace called bullying starts from the home. When the children watches their father treat their mother and their mother treat their father, that aspect of family life is very important. Yes, because if you don't treat your wife well, the children are watching you, especially the male children. When they go out there, they begin to treat the female children, their female colleagues in school, the way their father treats their mother. So charity begins at home, not outside. Parents should first of all teach their children how to love, teach their children kindness, how to treat others well. You know, when you love yourself first before you love others. So I think it has to start from home. When we teach our children right, when they go out there, they will behave right. Thank you.
Are you saying I cannot quarrel with my wife in presence of my children?
Yes, you can quarrel with your wife, but beating your wife, abusing your wife, verbal abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse, they're all abuses. Do you understand? So you can quarrel with your wife, but not beating your wife, fighting your wife, or sometimes wife beat their husbands. Yes. So what I'm saying is this: charity begins at home. Let us as parents show good example, quality example of how to live this life to our children.
Let me just begin for you. Are you trying to tell us now, say, now we, Papa and Mama, now cause this situation of this bullying where they carry those schools?
Sometimes we, Papa and Mama, we they cause them, but most times our children go outside. They learn bad attitude. I know, they learn bad attitude. But, you know, the example you show your children, now you go make your children know the kind of friends where they go take. If you know they keep bad friends, if you as Papa, you know they go drink, get drunk. Mama know they go outside, go to get drunk. The children no go outside, go they follow bad people, they make friends. So if you keep good example for your children go behave well. That's so it be.
So, for Papa and Mama now, what it be bullying?
Bullying, for my understanding, for Papa and Mama, is when a man will there's verbal bullying. Yes, when a man go open mouth, we call his wife animal, idiot, say as you be, fatty or robo, thing. It's bullying, yes. Or when your wife they talk to you, you just turn your backhand and give her slap. Yes. Or when you even your co-neighbors, you bully them. You talk to them anyhow, you behave anyhow. That's bullying. Yes.
It's nice talking to you.
Thank you.
They say charity begins at home, and learning. We that are educators, we say learning begins from the home. because it's what the children sees. These children that we see these days, they don't do what you say, they do what you do. So we parents, I'm advising parents to be of good character so that their children, because and in a way you look at the way and manner you speak at home, it determines what your children say outside. You see in Benin that you say a child will say, oh, go kill you. You find out that it is in the environment that because we have different types of learning. We have things that influence learning. So even environment influence learning, and the environment is the home, not the school. So those people, you find out that there are some children that are neglected. The parents don't even know what is happening in their home and all. So if these children are being taken care of from the home, they won't take that bullying to the school. So we parents should, advocating that the parents should put heads together and train the children from their home, so that we from the school can build on the foundation that the parents has laid at home.
They need to teach their children love. Yes, because when you love somebody, you will not bully the person. If they teach them how to love from the home, to show love to people, it will transcend to school.
You are trying to blame with fathers and mothers.
Now we. Because in the house, you see your child beating another child, you will support the thing. And I ain't find trouble. But you tell the child that it's not good, no matter what the situation is, to beat or to hit anybody. Now we, because
one man tell me just not say me and my wife not they shout the quarrel for the present of our children.
It still follow, because you're teaching them that quarreling is the way. It all boils down to love. If you love your wife, and I know they quarrel for house, they know carry and go outside.
They try to want support the teacher, saying they cause this bullying for school.
You know another thing, when they beat the children, when they correct the children from school, you see the same parents go school, go quarrel. Why you beat my pikin? Why you correct my pikin? It still boils down to parents. Because before, not be one person they train pikin. In every society, they train children. But now, I beg, leave my pikin for me. No beat my pikin for me. What do you expect?
For children, when they watch us now, what will be your advice for them?
They should learn to tolerate and love one another. Who find you trouble, go report. This person, sorry, you apologize.
Thank you, it's nice talking to you.
Same here.
You as an executive principal, when they take off both the students and the teachers, what do we need to do?
The truth is, it can happen either for school or for home. Papa when they beat the wife, na bullying.
Na bullying be that.
Wife when they beat the papa, na bullying. So if principal still dey shout unnecessarily on teacher, na bullying. Even when you dey talk of pikin well, na bullying.
If you as a principal, they shout for your teacher. I
don't dey shout for my teacher anyhow, without recourse to respect.
Bullying.
Na bullying o. So bullying be say you dey use undue advantage over somebody who is your subordinate. Na be the thing. Even somebody dey fit bully superior, so they go up, they come down, they dey the same level. Bullying na bullying.
So how we go to choose this kindness?
Well, the truth is say we must have respect for one another, have empathy, put yourself in the shoes of the other person. Na be the answer.
I get you.
God bless you.
Which school for the two Christmas?
Edo College.
Na great school be that o.
Great one.
My dad na 92 years now. He na old boy.
Are you serious?
Yes.
That's a great one.
Engineer, Chief Doctor Engineer Emmanuel Aguele.
Oh yeah, yes. Even get award.
Yes.
For Lagos.
Yes. My daddy be that.
That's so.
Yes na. I greet you. That your school now to enter that school now don't get a CPO.
Na God get power.
For people to enter that school.
It's not still hard. Don't know book ready to stay for the house.
Okay. No, if you want to get admission to Edo College,
don't know book.
No book.
Who you pass?
Who you pass?
Then just ready to go down and read.
May I shock you? You know say the managing director
Of ITV.
Of ITV.
Na mama, Ebisa Basaki.
Ebisa Basaki.
Yes.
Ina Ekobatu.
Oh yeah. Mina Ekobatu.
Okay.
As principal, Mina Ekobatu. Yes.
So to enter Edo College.
That no book. I'm ready to stay for boarding school. That's all.
Finish.
Finish. God bless you.
Okay, you do. I could do. This bully. What will be bully? I will take choose kindness. And this bully, now school from start have been our house.
Well, the question you asked me, don't be too.
That's 3 now.
First,
see camera.
First, bullying is trying to impose your own will on another person. That is waiting there your mind. You go take and put on for another person's mind with violence. That kind of thing, a bad thing. It be the same thing with cultism. So bullying and cultism, we don't fit separate the two. So not be from house it starts. Now through peer friendship, the kind of friends when children they make. So it could make school and parents they observe how children take they make friends with others. So may they not go join negative friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm fine.
Why the parents need to know concerning this bullying? Because they say not be their fault. They say now their fault will be principal.
Training they start from house. Now parents are supposed to train pikin. First, education starts from the home. That's what they teach us for school. When you born pikin, when you they teach pikin, say if you wake up for morning, make greet who will see around. That be education. When they go give them the right one, when they come to school, we will come help them. Because for us, when pikin go do something, the papa and mama go say, as small pikin, leave her. You go they talk to the one with senior around. You go take what you concern. Now so they say they start. So by the time the pikin the something don't enter the pikin blood, they come stop. They come be wahala. Let be bully o. It plenty o. Wetin they take wetin not be your own. You they do open eye. They collect wetin not be your own. Na bully o. That's how we see am o. But for school we dey shine because government say no. Humanity say no to bullying.
How are you? What's your name?
Jemima Jonathan.
You want to be a police officer when you grow up? How are you?
I'm fine.
I like your uniform.
Thank you, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 7 years old.
7 years?
Yes,
you
sir.
want to be a police officer when you grow up?
No, sir.
How are you?
Fine.
I like your uniform.
Yes.
What is the name of your school?
Police Children's School.
Do you want to be a big police officer when you grow up?
No. A doctor.
You want to be a doctor? Do you want to be Inspector General of Police when you grow up?
Yes.
IG. What's the name of your school?
Ego Secondary School.
Do you like fighting in school?
No.
Bullying in school?
No.
Shouting in school?
No.
Fighting each other?
No.
Waiting they happen. ITV, certainly the best.
Joining us on this week's edition of the program, Icons. Icon is a program designed where we showcase individuals and personalities who have made a mark in their chosen profession. And so you learn from their story to enhance your productivity, your efficiency, your effectiveness, and your output generally. The program was designed to ensure that we give value to life from the experiences of those who are contemporaries, those who have gone ahead of us to achieve so much in the society. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, your host on the program. My guest is Chief Henry Iyobosa Legema, the iconic, Legema, I must say. Good to have you on the program. Good to have you on the program. Yes, all right, let's look at how the industry has evolved over the years. What used to be in the days of yore, not happening anymore. But if you were to do a comparative analysis between what you used to have then and what we have today in terms of revenue streams, in terms of technology and all of that, what would be your key assessment points?
There's been a drastic, I would say, improvement commercially. But there's been a deliberate drag back on professionalism, you know. But for who I am, it is not the monies that we can make that is my drive. My drive is my passion for the craft, you know. So I don't look at what we can make first. But there is no show without the business. That's why it's show business, isn't it? So comparing then and now, professionally it was better then.
Financially it's better today.
Now, you know, and our people are beginning to realize that the act is not for dropouts or for, you know, they never do wells, you know, and I think we are beginning to get our opportunities when necessary and when it's important.
How is the industry responding to technology, particularly streaming platforms, and then some of the latest innovations in terms of equipment quality and all of that?
If you don't embrace it, you die. You know, so it's our oxygen. You know, that's what we have. That's why it was quickly embraced, and we're all, you know, actualizing, you know, the new things we're learning. You know, there are some, for instance, organizing the relevance of AI to filmmaking, and AGN has done something like that. You know, all the gigs they are doing, they're, you know, integrating and reorientating our people in the new terms for the craft. You know.
So who would you say are your greatest motivators, your mentors in the industry, people you looked forward to both locally and on the international stage?
I don't have anybody internationally.
Is there a reason for that?
I'm a complete Benin man, my brother. I'm 101% Benin man, and my craft is my craft, not Oyibo craft. If you see my style, my craft is not tainted by any influence, especially Oyibo influence. You know. I am first of all a Nigerian, and I try to, if I can't tell my story by myself, who will tell it for me? You know. So as for people I've looked at, my role models, so to speak, the first one will be Akin Keru, late Akin Keru. Yoruba man whose mother was Obamedu. One of the finest actors I have ever seen in my life. He was in that great Lambodo. Was one of the artists here who represented our state in the team for, and I was in that same production, but as a page boy in 1977.
Wow.
You know, Akin Keru was one of the greatest actors Nigeria ever saw. Then of course Sam Loco, you know, and O.J. Ben, Cleophas Elegon, Amiwo's father in Port of Life.
Okay.
Those were thespians, my brother. They ate, drank, lived, slept drama. You know, even Felix Oge, Kasma Suleiman, you know. Then in the nowadays, RMD, my contemporary, another fine actor, was here in Benin. My small cousin, Pedro Baseki, was an inspiration. You know, he was the first person who made me play a clown, a village jester in The Prince. Somebody was the prince. And it was the first time I was playing that kind of role. I never believed I could carry it. You know. But he told me, "Pa, there is nothing you that I know cannot do." I said, "Clown, me." I've always thought myself a very serious actor. He said, "Pa, without knowing you are a comedian." You know. I was shocked at what I could, you know,
do with that character.
I was in a wild for months, for weeks, shooting, you know, and you know, I think that was one of my best performances, I tell you, in this business. Then you may think Pedro Baseki is a young man. He's done everything in this industry, everything. Even for his young age, he's achieved everything. One of the best directors. Look at his play, his film. I mean, Eziza. There's no film like that in this country. And there's never been, and I don't think there will still be. Only my film, Ataparapa, and Jerome, I'm sure those are the ones that can
match that.
If not better it.
Okay.
With technology.
With technology now,
yes.
Which is available now.
Yes. Then of course Lancelot. Boisterous young man, but he's a very together person. He loves his craft, and he does not shy away from talking about it and shouting from the highest mountains about it. Otherwise, he's one of our best, and we have done well to support him. I think I've been in over 20 to 30 of his films.
Wow.
Wow. And that is one way we can support ourselves.
Absolutely.
It's not the money.
Yeah.
It's not like me. I don't think, maybe 1 or 2 persons have paid me for acting for them. I finish with you and walk away, because I feel it's one way to encourage you. It's not because I have too much, but it's one way. I didn't have anything to start this business. And
people also supported you back then.
Yes. So I don't see why I should stress or strain your pulse to make you achieve what you want to do.
Okay. What would you say are those values? Some of them you highlighted, but I just want us to talk a bit more about those values and virtues that you head on to that has kept you thus far in the industry, which I believe strongly our younger people, younger actors, actresses need to learn from.
First thing first is know who you are and believe in you. That's one. It's like the foundation. Know the talent you have. Know, the strength of your talent.
Okay.
Then hone it properly. Because it's you. There shouldn't be shortcuts or cutting corners to it. You must go through the mill. That's the only way you can actually be, when they say wet your whistle, that's the only way you can actually clean your pipe. Or like cleaning your lungs for fresh and clean breath, Then two, you must be dedicated to the craft. Otherwise it will leave you. It's like a guitarist who leaves his guitar for 1 month. The guitar craft will leave you. To start again, you start to learn
all over again.
That's how the art is. You must practice it every day. Whether you are alone, whether you are in a production situation. And don't let money be your focus. Don't let the glitz, the glamour be your focus. Otherwise you'll be a flash in the pan. It's like fashion. It has its season.
Yeah.
That's how it is. But if you are in for the craft, and you are an absolute practitioner of the craft, you may not have that kind of fame, but you will be there.
Consistently.
You will just be a necessary evil there.
I like that word.
People anybody who's coming to shoot anywhere will say, where is that leg?
Yeah.
Well, because you have made yourself relevant. And don't ever go on set and be a problem.
What do you mean by that?
Some people come and they come with all sorts of excuses, especially if they are collected monies. He will know that he's having another shoot in 5 days' time.
He will collect the money.
He will collect the money, and 3 days to the 5th day, he starts to give you problem with, I'm not well, my mother is in the hospital. Those kind of excuses. You may get away with it first, second time, but you may not have another job from that city.
Because that would be people's perception of you, and then they use it against you.
So we try, we follow that, our slogan that says the show must go on.
Go on.
So whatever. I pulled a tooth. I pulled a tooth to go on the set.
Wow.
I was on set when my immediate elder brother died. I finished. I didn't talk.
That's commitment, dedication to the contract, to the craft, just like you said.
And the minute you can have that dedication to the craft, the sky will just be your threshold.
Okay. As we round up now quickly, what should we expect from you? What do you have
in the pipeline?
Yes, in the pipeline. What are you doing? Do you still act? Do you still shoot? Do you still produce? Do you still direct? And when you look back, how many movies would you give credit to as your personal production?
Whoa. Movies, maybe like my personal movies, maybe like 47, 48.
Wow, that's huge.
Then I produced for others about 50 something.
That's huge.
You know.
That's
Right
huge.
now, we are starting a new phase of filmmaking.
Why do you say new phase?
Because it's not what we have been doing or what we did before now. It's completing the movie and then animating the movies. You know, it's a new deal we are starting with the Chinese.
Okay.
And we are starting with our own stories, epic stories. You know, Joromi, Kwase, what do you call it? Atakparakpa, Ise Nazoloa, then Nekiridi, you know, all those big
Movies of
historical
way back, yeah.
You know, so that's what we are doing. All the scripts already. We are doing our crossing our teeth and dotting our eyes.
Okay.
By tomorrow, Pedi is starting his own, the cartoon version of Ikoka. Tomorrow, you know, and I'm playing with him. You know, so he's the director. I'm just an actor.
Okay, in that sense.
But I'll be there tomorrow, and I think it will take some deal of this week for that.
Okay.
You know.
Okay.
So that's where we are. So right now, I have 2 films to release in the next couple of days.
Interesting.
You know, Mother Dearest and A Woman of Virtue.
But now we're back to the theaters. I mean, the return of theaters.
Yeah.
How is that adding value to the industry?
Well, it should add value because it's a plus.
But it looks like it's not adding value from that.
Because that's why I said we have no actors anymore. The crop of actors we have now don't know stage. And they are not interested because there's no glamour, there's no glitz. And according to them, no money. You know, so glamour, glitz, fashion, and money is their push.
Okay.
Only very few actors like myself, Tuti Negiabi, Adjo Sawaru, Eunice Omorigi, Cliff Benovia, Sonny Duboy, and a few others. Elia Abaseki, Jennifer Abaseki, you know, those are the ones who have the, you know, the drive for, or the passion for stage, you know. And of course, what do you call this girl? Peace Osawayi. Call them anytime. They prefer the stage to movies. Ameze Okponu.
Okay.
You know, these are fantastic stage actors who are ready to work anytime.
Okay, but we've seen a lot of movies going to theaters, not necessarily the stage kind of theater. We've seen that. I mean, for a while, it was more of the stage, but we're seeing movies going to theater, people going. How is that adding value to the system today?
It's one of the distribution windows.
Okay.
For filmmaking. Okay. You know, and we have embraced that a long time. I have had 3 films that have gone to the cinemas and theaters.
So how do you see yourself in the next 5 years, 10 years? So maybe if I ask this, how old are you today? Or are you,
I'm near 60. I'm near 70 than 60.
Wow, you don't look it one bit. So what's the secret?
Just mind your business.
Wow.
Don't interfere in other people's matter.
Wow. No, if you tell somebody you're 50, I'm sure they'll believe you without even.
Don't reduce my market value. So let's keep it like that. So where do I see myself in another 5 years? I think I'm slowing down on acting. I want to concentrate on producing and directing. Okay. You know, and I'm not getting any younger. So I will only be I'm selecting roles to play these days. You know, I can't be playing all that daga I used to do. You know. So I play king.
No, you can still play level, but I mean, with this look that you've got.
Well, it will be a one-off thing. I can't be. Nobody can call me a level boy anymore.
Anyways, it was a delight having you here on the show. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. My guest has been Chief Harry Yobosa Legema, veteran Nollywood actor, producer, director, script writer, everything Nollywood. Hall of Fame Nollywood. Legend Nollywood, former president of Association of Movie Producers in Edo State. Oh, still chairman. Okay, interesting. Anyways, thank you so much for the impact that you've made. We wish you the very best as you look to the next decade of your craft. Thank you. And that's our package today on the program, Icons. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us and we'll bring you a fresh episode of the program. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
follow us orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We're talking about something you don't hear every day. Climate change as preventive medicine. I know you all will be wondering, how does that relate? But we're going to be looking at climate change as preventive medicine. When our air, water, and neighborhoods get stressed by heat, floods, or bush burning, or even garbage burning, because most of us burn garbage instead of getting the garbage collectors to do their tricks. We just decide to burn garbage. So when we do all of this, definitely, you know, when our air, our water, our neighborhoods get stressed by heat, flood, bush burning, garbage burning, and all of that, our health gets the heat. Our heads definitely get the heat. So joining us this afternoon, joining us from Iga Local Government Environment Department, it's Sanitarian Egwavoin Osazuwa, is Assistant Chief Environmental Officer stroke Deputy President, Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria, Edo State Branch, or Edo State Chapter, as the case may be. Is the one with us today, and we're going to be asking him some questions. He's part of the team who are usually behind the scene. We don't see them often, so they're usually behind the scenes to keep those environmental risks from becoming hospital visits. And we must thank him and his team and other sanitarians everywhere in Edo State for doing their job very well. So let's start with the big question, Sanitarian. How is climate change already showing up in our environment, in the places you have inspected? So how is climate change already showing up? What should be our concern?
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
Climate change is the prolonged shift in the weather condition that has an adverse effect in our environment, especially we that live in the environment. These are things that happens due to our activities as human. And wherever we are as human, we need to keep that environment clean. We need to make sure that environment remain greener so that it will not have a negative impact to us as a people living in that area.
Okay, for a family or a group of persons watching right away, they may not understand everything you have just said now. So what does it really mean? What does it mean day to day? What does it really mean to a family watching, or a father or a mother or children that are watching presently? What does all of this mean to them?
Okay, climate change, as I earlier said, the result to actions that we as humans have done to the environment, the activities we do day in, day out. Like we that are in this environment, we need not to carry out refuse burning, because refuse burning as individual we lead to environmental pollution, and we have greenhouse gases that are trapped into the atmosphere. These greenhouse gases, they will go to the ozone, and they will begin to eat up the ozone layer. And the ozone layer is
already depleted.
It's already depleted, and is the shield that covers human from the direct ultraviolet ray. So as human, if you deplete the ozone by burning refuse, certainly it will have impact on us back.
All right. Last week Friday was World Environmental Sanitation Day and all of that. Please walk us through that.
Oh, I want to really appreciate the United Nations for Environmental Program for finding it as a point of duty to always commemorate the World Environment Day. World Environment Day is to create awareness to everybody in the environment, to know that it is our duty to keep the environment clean, to keep the environment more healthier, because if you do anything to the environment, it will go back to you as an individual. So the thing you give to the environment surely has a repercussion that will come back. It is like a mirror. Whatever you do to the environment, it's like a mirror. Someone looking at his or herself. It will come back. Certainly, it will come back.
Okay, so with that in mind, most people think of climate as an environmental issue. And then why should we not start thinking of it as preventive medicine?
Oh, yes, preventive medicine, in the sense, we are not going to apply medicine as a doctor, we apply medicine.
We
have levels of health care. We have the preventive aspect. We also have the curative. The preventive belongs to the environmental health officers and other preventive officers. Like the climate change we are talking about, it is the sole responsibility of environmental health officer to ensure that the environment is not being depleted, it's not being tampered with, because anything that makes a man tampers with the environment certainly it will lead to different health challenges to the person. Just like what I said before now, if you decide to practice open burning regularly, what you have succeeded in doing, you have released greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and certainly these gases will be trapped into the atmosphere, and when rain fall, certainly it will now lead to acid rain. You remember those days when we were small, when we drink rainwater, when we drink rainwater, you see the greenhouse gases that are being trapped in the atmosphere, when it come back to the roof of an individual and is being tapped as a source of water supply, certainly the person is going to consume acid rain. So it's a way of preventing health issues if we are able to keep our climate, if we are able to make sure our climatic conditions are intact.
Okay, so you talked about rainwater. Let me say, the climate of today, the world of today, is it still convenient and healthy to drink rainwater?
The truth is that it is still convenient. Depends
all of the acids in the atmosphere.
Yeah, depend on how you tap from the source of the water. Like when it's raining, you don't just tap it directly like that. You are like to rain and rain and rain. After it rains for about 20 to 30 minutes before you can now take that water. It's still okay like that.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. Now, from your office as an assistant chief sanitarian, what's the clearest example of climate change that is already showing in the public space, in the public health care space?
Yes, the first one is people, we have waste managers all over the place, especially in the local government.
Yes.
The first one is people practicing open burning. It is a problem to them and the general public if they still continue to practice such a thing. You also see people doing deforestation where they're supposed to plant trees. They fell trees, and these trees, they bring out what we call oxygen, and that is the air we're supposed to breathe in, the oxygen, and the carbon dioxide that we as human breathe out. It is what the plant and the trees needs for their survival.
Their survival. Wow. Okay, now we talked about the depletion of the ozone layer. Before the rain started, now the weather was very hot. Everywhere was really hot. People were going about with heat rashes and all of that. With that in mind, how is our food safety in restaurants, even at homes where food easily gets spoiled and all of that?
You see, nowadays, you see the weather getting hotter. You see it getting hotter. Even sometimes you may not even know which is rainy season, which is dry season, because of the activities of human. It is the same activities of human. Like a situation whereby you see vehicles that are on transit, they bring out those greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide.
Yes.
Then these gases will make the weather to be hotter. And when the weather is hotter, you see foods decide to spoil. And when food spoils and is being consumed, disease is bound to occur, especially canned foods.
Okay.
You see somebody just preparing food a particular day, and the next moment you see there is spoilage. These are some of the issues that occur when there are hotter climatic conditions.
Okay, now cities are usually hotter than villages and other areas that are not so developed as like the rural areas, so to speak. Is it what we're doing in the city that is causing all of this? Don't forget that even in rural areas there are issues of bush burning and all of that in preparation for farming season, which happened not too long ago. There was a lot of bush burning. How does that affect city life and rural life?
Okay, the major issue now is urbanization. You see, people don't want to stay in the village again. Because they have one or two relatives in the cities. They want to go to the city to enjoy city lives. And city life also have their own challenges. When people migrate from the village to the city, it's what we call urbanization, urban explosion. You see the population will just explode at once, and the activities of human, the same activities of human leads to this environmental pollution, just like as I said before. Like you see vehicles moving, you hardly see much vehicle in villages. If you count Benin City now, you see the number of vehicles in Benin City. You see the various gases that are released from the exhaust. You see, and if peradventure there is still more urban explosion, in fact, I just can't say what may happen in the nearest future. So in that regard, that is why we always advocate that we need to also remedy it in one or two ways, by also planting trees, ensure that we limit these vehicles that emit carbon. You can also be involved in cycling, so that the gases.
Just imagine cycling from Ring Road to Oluku. It's going to be one kind, you know.
It happens in developed country. It happens
because their roads are good.
It happens.
The security is okay. You know, imagine closing at 8 o'clock and you say you're cycling 8 p.m. You're cycling back to Bowo, or you're cycling back to Ring Road area.
I still commend some persons. They engage in cycling in Benin City here. They still engage in cycling. So if we can engage
as a professional cyclist or just in
individual, they still engage in it.
Okay, Sanitary Agwavon, let's take a short break here. When we come back, we will continue with our show. Do stay tuned. Thank you for staying tuned. We're still on the program Healthy Living, and I am talking to Sanitarian Egwavon Osazuwa. The next question I would like to ask now is that, talking about our environment today, right now, as we're here in the studio, who is most at risk right now in our communities?
Everyone. We are almost
every one of us.
Yes, irrespective of the gender.
That's huge and scary.
Yes, we all depend on how we can also be able to keep our environment. If we keep our environment very well.
So how do we keep this our environment now?
By ensuring that we don't engage in open burning of refuse.
Now, who is checkmating all those persons who are involved in open burning, garbage burning? The other day, somebody was burning garbage around my area and the smoke was everywhere. Who is responsible in checkmating all of that person? Because I, as a member, there was nothing I could do. The person will tell you that I'm burning this garbage in my compound, all right? Even though the smoke emanating from that is clouding everywhere. But the person is in his compound. So who is checkmating all of that?
Yes, the environmental health officer is responsible in checkmating these nuisances. They are saddled with the responsibility of conducting routine sanitary house-to-house inspection.
But we hardly see them. We see them mostly at restaurants, eateries and all of that, bakeries. We don't see them going down houses. I see them around my area, but no one has ever come to the compound or come to any house on that street.
You know, the truth is that they still go around. Especially if you look at it now, we are grossly inadequate. The environmental health officers, they are grossly inadequate. As we are here now, they are all over everywhere. The 18 local government of Edo State, they are going from house to house, conducting their routine sanitary inspections.
Okay.
From premises to premises. You know, we have regulated premises. We also have residential premises. Like the regulated premises, like what you just mentioned, the restaurant, these are premises that are regulated. You know, if they are not regulated, you see, disease can occur. Outbreak of disease can occur. But when they also go from house to house, they ask of the owner of houses or the caretaker. And when the caretaker is not on ground, they can ask of the most senior person in the premises. And when the person has answered them, they can issue a notice to abate any nuisance if any nuisance is being found in that premises.
Okay, do we have to wait for outbreak of a disease before we take action? Why is it that most times we are usually reactive, we are not proactive when it comes to disease control?
Yes, as I earlier said, we are proactive, especially we as preventive doctors. I can say we are preventive doctors.
Let me ask you this question from an angle. Let me corner you now. You know, during the Ebola, COVID-19 and all of that, when you go to public places, you see designated tap where you go wash your hands. You see where there are no taps, there are buckets with sanitizers and all of that. I can tell you for free that those measures now, the water thing has disappeared from public spaces. You don't find them in schools anymore. You don't find them in government offices. You don't find them in marketplaces. You don't find them anywhere as we speak now, because there's no outbreak of any disease now. Abi?
Yeah.
True or false?
True.
There's none now. Okay, we're hearing that there is Ebola now in DR Congo, yes, and it has killed quite a number of persons. Some are hospitalized already. It is crisis, so to speak, in that country. And we have border with many of these countries. People travel, Nigerians travel, other persons will come into the country with our porous borders and all of that. Now, how do we checkmate all of this? Now we have abandoned preventive measures. Nobody is washing hands again. Everybody is shaking hands freely and all of that. Nobody is covering nose and all of that. So walk us through that, sir.
Okay, you know, the mentality of human, we always believe that once there is an episode of a disease outbreak, they can always take a preventive measure, and of which the environmental health officers will have always been going out to sensitize the general public from schools to schools, marketplace to marketplace. And that's why you see every Mondays we go from market to market. In the local government, we go. And
how many enforcement have you done so far as regards hand washing and general sanitation?
Yes, there is still enforcement in place.
Yes.
And when we go to these markets, we tell them to ensure that they maintain a high standard of both personal and environmental hygiene by ensuring they do regular washing of hand, because whatsoever thing that your hands have touched, and if it gets to the mouth, and if the hand is infected, a disease is bound to occur.
Okay, so one last question before I let you go. If nature is medicine, as we are advocating, what's your prescription as a sanitarian for this city, for Edo State in general, in the next 10 years? Let's see your projection.
Okay, by the grace of God, health is wealth. A healthy people is a wealthy people is a wealthy nation.
Okay.
Yes. Like what I would prescribe is the first one, to ensure that every individual plant a tree. Plant a tree. Flowers.
I'm just wondering where
around
you plant
the premises.
In some houses where you hardly find place to park your car.
Yes, you see, the truth is that some persons, they overbuild their house instead of making it a very smaller one, and also ensuring they plant trees and flowers. But they will tend to just build it because of their own personal gain, not meaning that they are also going to use it to affect themselves. And when you plant that particular tree or flower around the environment, you remember those days when you are coming from a far distance and it is sunny and the sun is very hot, and you come to a particular place where there is tree and there is shade there, you see the kind of air, the fresh air, the nature that comes out from that particular tree. So that is my prescription to the general public.
All right, Senator Bravo, this is where we wrap it up on our show. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us today on the program.
Thank you so much.
And for you watching and also listening, because you can turn on your television and just be listening without watching. A word they say is enough for the wise. The one that concerns you to keep the climate safe for you, for your unborn children, and your generation next. Do, so that the world will be a pleasant place to live in. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
RTV, certainly the best.
Viewers, again we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. Today again we have another very interesting topic to discuss as usual. And to think about that topic, I have with me in the studio our regular participants. I have close to me Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
And Malam Muhyiddin Asumbu, assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We have just finished the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. And while the Muslims who attended the Hajj, of course, by now, get ready to return. So let us look at the period we are, at the lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. Let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. We have just completed the Eid al-Adha festival, the festival of sacrifice. What is it all about? What are the lessons you can learn after the festivities?
Alhamdulillah, we give praise to Allah and we beseech for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The lessons from the festival of the sacrifice, they are numerous, we can say, but basically, on one hand, it is to it is one of the ways Allah magnifies the matter of the religion to the peak Yeah, in the sense that in life, man tends to want to have some time for fun. So Allah Himself equally made having fun part of the worship. Because when the Prophet ﷺ came to Medina and he met the people that they had 2 days, they made amusement. He asked what were these days. When they told him, he said, Allah has replaced these 2 days with 2 days, which is the Eid al-Fitr and the Eid al-Adha. In this occasion, it has happened that when Abu Bakr came in and met the Prophet ﷺ lying in his room, he met some 2 girls that were beating some what you call containers as a way of producing amusement. So, and he said, no, you can't do this in the presence of the Prophet because this is music. How can you be doing music in the presence of Islam? And the Prophet turned and said, Abu Bakr, leave them alone. Today is our Eid. So it's a time Allah wants us to have what you could call a little recreation. That it's not all about work. This is recreation, a recreation whereby you also seek to obey Allah by the fun and the amusement you're having. That is the reason when Allah commanded about the Eid, He said, وَلِتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ, so that you can magnify Allah for having guided you to the right path. وَلَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ, so that also you can be grateful. So it's actually a celebration of Allah's guidance. It's a celebration of faith, a celebration of obedience to Allah, a celebration of the virtues of Islam, as a contrast to the vices and the evils that society has been known with. To say that it is goodness that has to be promoted. It is faith that has to be promoted. It is obedience to God that has to be promoted. That's why when you are celebrating the Eid, you are not allowed to drink alcohol. You are not allowed to say you're going to have women around you with whom you are not married legally. Just make it. Okay? You can't just, engage yourself in the name of it's amusement, it's fun, it's a celebration. You can just do anything. No, everything is still within obedience to Allah. Even the meat that you slaughter, that you say that's the peak of the fun. Everybody wants to eat something from the ram, the cattle, the camel, whichever of them that we have slaughtered. Allah is saying, لَا يَنَالَ اللَّهَ لُحُومُهَا وَلَا دِمَاؤُهَا وَلَكِنْ يَنَالُهُ التَّقْوَى مِنكُمْ. It is not the meat, not the blood that Allah is interested in. It is the piety of your heart, the purity, that reverence for Allah that you have in your heart for doing this sacrifice. This is what Allah is interested in.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are still on the topic, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. So it's a celebration, and of course, celebration is allowed in Islam, not just walk every now and then. I'm coming to you now, Ustaz Alam Aswani. Now, unfortunately, we have news that is viral about the kidnap of some pupils from some schools, and within this festive period, this is still ongoing. Insecurity. We are talking of obedience to God. We are talking of celebration and study. What can you say about this?
Well, thank you. In the very first instance, the Eid Adha is simply an amplification of one's submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There had been a fructifying relationship between Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam and his Lord, and that got deepened by that which ultimately led to the legislation that an animal be sacrificed on the 10th day of Zulu Hajj. Whereas, like my brother had described, it is fun, it is called celebration, it is one that goes beyond just celebration. Because beyond the celebration, it is quantified by a spiritual consciousness that translates it into an imperative of action. And once that consciousness is there, the act of barbarism that you speak about, which characterizes the forceful taking of someone, or whatever the individual has, for whatever reason, to tyrannize an individual, to browbeat individuals to do what they ordinarily would not have wanted to do, are a direct reflection of the absence of this relationship which was supposed to have been developed, that was there between Ibrahim ﷺ and his maker. And so when you find an individual who does this, it tells you by how much he is luxated from the essence of being. Because it will take one who has a fructifying, a relationship with its maker, to become appreciative of what you refer to as the otherness. In other words, the individual would not bring pains where he is not able, for example, to ameliorate a situation that would ordinarily have brought pain. He will do nothing to accentuate the tenuity of that individual snapping out of such a situation. And so when you forcefully take people for whatever reason, there can be no justificatory basis for doing that, but whatever reason you think you have is the most heinous crime that an individual can commit. But that it has happened, and there is an attitude, unfortunately, of insouciance on the part of those who in the very first place should have made it not to happen, but who are still on sabbatical in spite of the fact that it had happened, becoming indifferent, supercilious towards the harrowing experience those who have been in captivity are going through, tells you by how much we have missed what the lesson we are supposed to derive from Ibrahim ﷺ's experience with his maker, which culminated in the instruction that you sacrifice a ram.
Let me come to you again, start when I've been at peace. I'm talking of sacrifice. And is there any reward for sacrifice? Can you please tell us this is about the reward you get in this period, starting from passing on Arafat Day, which are past, then the sacrifice of animal itself, and the reward you get for distributing the animal. Now, I'm going to talk with paradise. How does paradise look like? You know, people like to go abroad. You know, some will sell their cars, they do their food for dinner fashion.
Now, the Hajj, the aid, and everything that are prescribed for us to do within they are happening at the time that we refer to in the religion as sacred months. You know, including the horrible, unleashing of terror on innocent persons somewhere, anywhere. This is sacred month that even, the Muslims who are combatants are not allowed to initiate a war. So you now talk about people going, stooping so low to say that they are now taking to hostage, so to say, innocent teenagers. For what reason, you could ask. Now, so the reward for sacrifice, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts it simple. It is Jannah. It is paradise. The one who goes on Hajj and performs the rites correctly, the way they were supposed to do, what we refer to as Hajj Mabrur, the virtuous Hajj. The Prophet ﷺ said it has no reward than paradise. The one who comes back from Hajj, the Prophet ﷺ says, when they have done this Hajj correctly, they return to their home like the day their mother gave back to them. It's a cleansing time. It's a time where a person, removes himself from sin. The Prophet ﷺ says, there is no day that Allah emancipates people from the fire with such a great number as the day of Arafah. The day of Arafah, the Prophet ﷺ says, anyone who observes the fast of the day of Arafah, the sin of a year before and the year ahead will be forgiven to this person. So, it's a time to maximize gains. The Prophet ﷺ says in the first 10 days of the Hijjah, any good deed anybody does attracts such a reward that is not attracted by any good deed you do outside outside this time within the whole year. To the extent he was asked, not even the jihad, he said not even jihad. Unless for a man who goes with his life and his property and never came back the same. Sacrifice is the price most of the time that has to be paid for what you consider to be unbelievable to be turned around. If you say you want to, for example, turn Nigeria around for the people to experience what we call a breath of fresh air, at least, return Nigeria to something better. It's going to take a lot of sacrifice from us. We have to pay a price. And the price we simply need to pay is to say, Allah is our Lord. So that everybody should conduct themselves in a way and manner that the way I would not like to be treated, I shouldn't treat another person that way. Politics is all over the place. All our activities are, they are painted. They are dyed with the dye of political affiliation. How do you place matters? Do you do anything for God's sake at all? Or everything has to be done with a political interest behind in the mind? That if you don't allow, then you're going to be, pushed away, you're going to be thrown to the ground. There has to be this consciousness that we are all human. We are all children of Adam, going to be in the grave after our death. None of these things we are going to take with us. Why will you, take pleasure in having some people suffer while you enjoy whatever it is that maybe was supposed to be shared between you and them? It becomes sacrifice. A person consciously, deliberately decided that I am going to deny myself what does not belong to me.
Malam Nuruddin Asubi, I'm coming straight to you. We are looking at lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. And Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam had a great role to play. The same thing as Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The place to go is paradise, and the place to avoid is hellfire. Can you please, I want you to preach to the viewers on the importance of the period we are and the need to seek paradise and avoid the hellfire at all costs. Lessons from Eid al-Adha festival.
Yeah, whereas for the ordinary person, when you do what Allah had asked you to do, the desire would mean to please Him and to earn paradise.
No.
When you stay away, of course, is to escape the punishment of hell. Ibrahim ﷺ didn't relate with Allah on the basis of this, because that would have been transactional. He related with Allah on the basis of the fact that whether paradise existed or didn't exist, Allah was deserving to be worshipped.
Allahu Akbar.
In other words, the sacrifice made by Ibrahim was that there was an object he had identified, and that object was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. and the fixation of the value that was placed on that object directly was responsible for the amount of investment that was made. It was an object for which Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam had absolute trust. For us who are aspirants wanting to become Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, who are struggling to become his mentees, what we're supposed to do was to become Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam incarnate, without necessarily relating with Allah in a manner that is transactional. Allah ordinarily is a gravitational force. Whether you willingly move in his direction or not, he pulls you in his direction. Except that you only get rewarded to the extent to which your action was volitional. And so we tell people that everything you find is ephemeral, transient, fleet-footing. And so why would you desire, become so desperate about what is transient? I have found people, Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam didn't do this, who practiced Theodism on the basis of wanting to gratify their hoggish proclivities. Mr. A occupies a position of authority today. They are laudatory in their praises of Mr. A. Mr. A leaves that position, they become condemnatory and praise the one who is there. But because whoever occupies a position that is mundane always get impregnated by the spirit of imbecility. And so you can't have the capacity for reflection to say, oh, he had said this of my predecessor, and now he's saying this of him and eulogizing me. What would he say when I'm gone? And in any case, if you outsource your validation, you run into serious problem. If I occupy a position of authority and I'm doing what is right, my conscience will tell me that I'm doing what is right. So I don't need any one person to say, hey, excellency. And what is excellent about you in the very first place? Because these are attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala which no man shares. Wow. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam appreciated this. But today, because of what we would eat, and the Prophet tells us that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, for as long as the heavens, whatever remains, my resources will never deplete. They will not diminish. And I will continue to give to you. And what I give, even 1 trillion of that, will never operate to reduce. So nothing operates to miniaturize the powers that Allah has, the capacity that he has to deal with us, his creature. But the fact of the matter is that unlike Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, who believed, we are struggling to believe. We pretend to have believed. That is the biggest problem that we have, for which we are still in the quagmire that we find ourselves today.
Thank you very much. We are looking at lessons from Eid al-Adha festival. I'm coming straight to you again. We'll start Saleh Abdul Hafiz. Tell us about paradise. The reward of Hajj Mabrur, well-performed Hajj, is paradise. In fact, most of our deeds to please Almighty Allah to earn paradise. But Ibrahim alayhi salam have been told he was not transactional. He believed Allah was worthy of being worshipped. Whether there is paradise to go or not, Allah deserves to be worshipped, to be praised. And so, for those of us who obey Allah on condition that we want to tell us about paradise, let people know that it's better to, some, as I was saying before, some will sell their cars and get a lot of money to be able to get a trip abroad where they say they are going for greener pasture. Let people know that the greenest pastures are in paradise.
Now, Allah placed paradise as his own appreciation of the demonstration of obedience by his servants to him. Because it's born out of faith. It's only because you have believed in Allah. That is why you are told, oh, Allah commanded this and commanded that, and you say, oh, I hear and I shall obey. The people of Medina, when they took the pledge of Aqaba with the Prophet ﷺ, the question they asked the Prophet was, as we're going to give you, accommodation,
reception in Medina, what's going to be our own gain? What are we going to be paid? He said, you're going to have paradise. And they said that was okay.
In fact, more than okay.
Yes, it was more than okay. You know, the belief in paradise is a belief in, you know, what this world has never produced of pleasures, comfort, convenience, satisfaction. That is paradise. As the Prophet Islam put it, one no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no heart has contemplated. That is what Allah has prepared for the people in paradise. To tell you that whatever stress you are going to go through, to be faithful and to be obedient to Allah, forget about what you suffer. The Prophet Islam, you know, made a metaphor of that when he said, if the one who suffered the most in this world were to be placed in paradise just for a moment and brought out, and you ask him, have you ever suffered? The response is going to be never.
Because he has tasted paradise.
Just for a moment. Taste for a moment. And the one who has got the best of what the world has to offer, of comfort and satisfaction, if you were to place them in the fire for a moment and bring them out and ask them, have you ever enjoyed? They will say, we have never tasted enjoyment. The Prophet ﷺ, he gave the idea of paradise that if the world and everything it contains were to be of the value of the wing of a mosquito, no disbeliever in God would have tasted it. So that whatever you think you have, it's just a fleeting, you know, enjoyment, possession, you know, provision that soon it's going to be no more. So that paradise is a place to long for. It is Allah's appreciation of your servitude.
So as you round off, please, the hellfire will hear, but can you please tell the viewers what it means?
Well, hellfire,
as we round off,
an average Nigerian will tell you that, well, he's already having a feel of what hellfire is, but that is absolutely not it. I want to say that Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam was thrown into hell, and Allah caused fire to work against its nature when he said, be a source of coolness for Ibrahim. Hell is supposed to burn, but did not burn Ibrahim. For those who occupy position of leadership, let us say this most frankly, without wanting to sound vituperative. Hellfire would observe its true nature. Because if you are a leader, a 9-month-old baby is been in the bush for over 3 weeks, and you are still able to sleep in the comfort of your home, you have a serious whatever to tell Allah when you meet with him. There can be no justification why you will sleep and a 9-month baby that is being suckled by the mother under the weather. I mean, it just means that you are not different from those who took them into captivity.
May Allah save us from his punishment. Amen. And may Almighty Allah grant us his Al-Jannah, his paradise. Viewers, this is all we can take today on the program, on the topic we have chosen, Message of Islam, lessons from the Eid al-Adha festival. We should endeavor to make sacrifice. Those are the ends of our fears. Please try as much as possible to rule with the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And those of us who are followers as well, we should also try as much as possible to have the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because we shall all go back to Allah Maker, give account of our sojourn on earth to determine where we end up, paradise or hell. May Allah save us from the hellfire. Thanks for coming. Madam Udina Sonogi and Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz, and me, your uncle, Al-Adi Al-Amin Alau. You guys join us again next week for another vital mission of program Message of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Africa is a great continent with diverse cultural heritage that made the continent unique, popular, and home to many. For instance, in Guinea, women played active role in masquerade dance, as the women dance around the women in an appropriate manner that creates fun and happiness in the community. This dance is closely connected with the traditional rhythms and music of the people of Guinea. This is the beauty of the masquerade dance. In African societies, dance, songs, and music facilitates and promote social values. The celebration of special events are major milestones. The performances of oral history and spiritual experiences involve masquerade dance performance as seen in all African societies to the delight of the people, as it increased joy and love among the inhabitants of the societies. Masquerade in African societies help to regulate social administration, social norms, and order, and create cultural values. A move round African communities reveal one unique thing, that is, African dance uses concept of polo rhythm and total body movement. The African dances are similar and almost the same, and they often use collective activity to perform in large groups, with significant interactions between the dancers and the onlookers. In Africa, traditional dances are collectively expressing the values and desires of the community. Although dances may seem spontaneous, they are usually choreographed. The dances are degenerate by sex, where gender roles play important role.
This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, beautiful people, it's another lovely episode of your favorite Men's Rendezvous on television, and it is none other than the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, broadcasting live from the city of Bronze. Yep, it is the city where the king is truly king. Now, for the first timers out there, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that encourages young people to prioritize their lives, put themselves first. You know, we live in a society where little or no attention is given to the needs of men. Why is that? Only God knows. But hey, if you don't put yourself first, who's going to put you first? So that's basically what this show exists for, okay? So we encourage young men, basically, you know, to prioritize themselves and prioritize their needs. It's only when they put themselves first and invest in themselves that they can have to give to others. Just like the adage says, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this beautiful episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm never alone. I've got some amazing gentlemen in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at a very interesting topic that we have to discuss tonight. Now, to my far left is a very amazing person. He is a social analyst, and of course, he's also an educationist. He goes by the name of Ramsey Uwaila Abu. Good to have you, Ramsey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is always a pleasure to be on the show.
Indeed.
And as good advocates of good things in society, or as satirists, the Guys Hangout Show has been a platform for us to correct some of the ills in society and as well expose its vices in order for it not to be repeated by the younger generations.
Absolutely. I mean, who's in a better position to, you know, bring some of these issues to the fore than the natural leaders of society? Yeah. You know, there are lots of responsibilities on men's shoulders. So we really can't afford not to live up to those expectations, right? Yes, all right, it's good to have you in the house.
Thank you.
Now, seated next to him is a friend and a colleague. Yeah, he took out time from his busy schedule to be with us today.
Of course.
Yes, of course. And he goes by the name of Michael. It's good to have you, Michael.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here again to, you know, showcase and show what the guys is all about, you know, to, anyway, this is a wonderful platform for us to actually discuss things that pertains boys, guys especially, you know, the good and the bad. We don't have to be biased. Understand. Thank you very much for the privilege.
Thank you so much for coming. Now, gentlemen, we have a very interesting topic before us. We're taking a look at emotional intelligence, right? The need for people to learn to control their emotion. Now, if you take a look at a lot of young people today, you will discover that there seems to be a lack of emotional control. For example, when someone is very happy, they tend to do something crazy. They tend to do things that, you know, they later begin to regret. And then when they're also very angry, they go to the extreme. Right? Some of them do some very crazy things, only for them to start regretting it later. Now, you will agree with me that there is need for emotional control. Why do you think a lot of young people don't seem to have that ability to control themselves when they are at the apogee, when they are at the height of their emotional expressions?
Okay, let me say lack of emotional discipline. It's almost becoming a widespread thing in our society. Not almost becoming, it is. It is a cankerworm that is eating deep into the fabric of the society. Lack of emotional discipline among the youth today can be tied to a number of factors.
Okay.
But before going to this number of factors, I want us to dwell on I want us to give a working definition of lack of emotional discipline. To be able to discipline yourself first is one of the greatest things you could ever do in life. No, it's very easy for you to tell the next person you are not doing this, you are supposed to do this. But how about yourself? How about you? So that is what many of our youth don't have. Now when these emotions come, yeah, we know that emotions sometimes tend to take us off our natural state, at that state where our senses are complete. But that notwithstanding, there is still need for us to take control of our emotions, because the resultant effects of our emotional actions most times are very detrimental. You know, people tend to take permanent decisions in temporary settings because they couldn't just suppress their emotions. And as youth, yeah, we all know that the youthful age comes with its own youthful exuberance. There are that curiosity, that need for exploration and all that tend to make our emotions flare up, and some of us even we are not being controlled by our temporary emotions. Instead of sitting down to say, what will be the resultant effect of this particular thing. But what are some of the factors that are responsible for this lack of emotional discipline? One, peer pressure. My friends do it, I will also want to do it. It's almost becoming a new normal now that if you are, let me use your language, if you are the type that is rugged in quotes, so they seem to see you as a macho man, that man that is taking control over, that tough guy. So instead they want to also do so that people will call them tough guy. No one is thinking about the consequences. And these consequences most time are very, very detrimental, either in the long run or in the short time. So I think youth need to sit down and take total control of their emotions. If they are able to take total control of their emotions, it will save them a whole lot. Religiously, in terms of a relationship and all that. We'll get to that in the course of this discussion.
Absolutely, we will definitely get to that. Now, Michael, there is a story in the Bible of a king, I think Herod, who asked his wife's daughter to entertain him and his guests. Now, the lady performed so well that he was super impressed. He was impressed to the point where he, gave her a blank check, asked her to, name her price or ask for anything. And then we all know how that story went. The lady asked for the head of John the Baptist, and the rest, they say, is history. Now, that was at the height of the man's excitement, right? And that's a case in point, as far as this discourse is concerned. The fact that some men, particularly, we're actually looking at this as it affects us men, because, a lot of things go wrong when a man loses his emotion. We're not trying to, give exceptions for other people or other classes of society, women and children. But, men are supposed to be in charge.
Of course. Right?
They're supposed to be at the helm of affairs. And then imagine what happens when someone who's supposed to be at the helm of affairs loses control, like in the case of Herod. And we all, like I said, we all know how that story went.
Of course.
Why do you think some men lose it in the height of excitement?
All right. Sometimes we let our emotions get the better part of us. And we need to do things that we're not supposed to do.
Okay.
Understand? So, when a society whereby my colleague just said that this exuberance, cloud of memories, cloud of memories and everything, you get. So, right now, when some persons are in a kind of state, it's better for you to calm down, all right? Better for you to calm down and think. We shouldn't.
Some will even recommend that you take a deep breath.
Of course, just take a deep breath. You understand? Sometimes if I can make should I say, salacious allusion, when some men are in this, what should I put it now? This ecstasy. They tend to make
rash decisions, and because of that ecstasy, something that they can't actually do. You get, so they just start making those promises because of the height, the peak, the apogee of that excitement in quotes. You get, so I think people should, most of the time, they have to calm down when they're in situations, whether they are. See, we have some people that are belligerent. You get, so when they're in a particular situation, they should try to keep calm. Just keep calm so that your emotions don't get the better part of you. You get, sometimes we got to do things that we later get to regret so much. In fact, you'll be like, am I the one that did this? I can't believe it. You get, these some persons then in television, they'll ask them, so how do you feel? They'll not be melancholic, like, well, I feel bad. That's because they are allowed, you get, so they allow their emotion to get
the better part of them. You get, so if some persons actually bring themselves to a check, like, this is how she respond in situation. For example, now, all right, some persons they're asking for donation. Some persons out of shyness or whatever, out of they want to impress, intimidation, they just begin to call. At the end of the day, now you're calling them, they're running away from.
Like we say in our local parlance, when their eye clear.
Of course, when their eye clear in the local parlance, you understand. So sometimes when they're in different situations, you try to be placid. Not to fall into regret.
Now, there's a particular story I stumbled upon on social media of a guy that was just thinking aloud, right? Some of these guys will just come on social media and say certain things, like share their experiences and all. So, dude was talking about an experience he had with his, with a lady, right? He said that he used to, every time he comes on social media and sees people talking about PS5, that he remembers a certain experience he had with a lady, how that he used to play PS5 a lot, and then at some point, a certain girl he was dating at the time got fed up with the fact that he was getting too addicted to the game. And then she came, seized the PS5 and then soaked it in water, right? And that was how he lost his PS5. And ever since, every time he hears people talking about PS5, that experience just, comes rushing back into his mind. Now, this, to a very large extent, has affected lots of relationships, right? We have men who just tend to lose their emotion or lose their senses the moment they are angry, for example. Lots of cases of DV, domestic violence, are born out of this, lack of emotional discipline. You're angry, someone offended you. Now, just like Michael just said, one of the measures that people usually recommend whenever someone is angry is that they take a walk, right? Take a walk away from the scene. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Now, that singular act by that lady was born out of a lack of emotional discipline. Now, how much damage do you think this could, do to society if it is not checked?
Definitely, it will increase the number of inmates we have in our prison. It will encourage more violence, as people will tend to learn from the wrong people. It will cause a lot of breakup. It will increase divorce. It will increase the rates of crime. When we're talking about emotions, it all starts from the mind. People should learn to put their mind in check. Well, before you act, definitely these things have been conceived on the mind. You tend to brood on it on the mind. You tend to ruminate on it on the mind. If you are able to keep those things, those negative things on your mind in check, it will not result to emotional outburst.
You're saying it all begins with meditation.
Meditation, premeditation. You see, some of these things that people do out of, I call it emotional outburst. They've conceived it on their mind for some time. Though some persons are short-tempered, but that notwithstanding, you still have to do with something of the mind. They ruminated on it on the mind before they will say, okay, let's take this action. So these things should be discouraged. If it is not discouraged, we'll have so many ladies who will later regret their actions in relationship. And going to the case you just cited, sir, concerning the young lady that decided to soak the PS5 of her boyfriend immerse it in water and all that, that's because she couldn't just keep her emotions in check. Now, this is the same lady that will sit down later and say she will regret that thing she have done. That was not her intention. Her intention was just to get the attention of the man. But now that she have done it, the man is scared. If a lady could do this, next time she might decide to go for the TV or the refrigerator or any other appliances they have in the house.
So the guy seems to be living with the trauma now.
The guy seems to be living with the trauma, and the lady also live with the trauma. She's traumatized. There are some people that cannot keep their emotions in check. And after the action, they always regret it. So the guy, the lady, the emotional outburst is not okay for any of them. So what we need to tell our youth out there is they should learn to always take responsibility for their action, and they should learn to always keep their emotions in check. They should learn to always guide their hearts. Many things comes into the heart. It depends on how you ruminate on it before you give it out. The heart is like the processing unit. If you process it well and decide to say, okay, let this thing go, or I will report this to the authority, you do this yourself before doing that thing. Not you trying to just get everything that is before you want to attack. No, at the end, those are right to become wrong. So I think people should learn to discuss some of the things they intend to do
with themselves
before bringing it out.
Okay, now, Michael, while he was talking, he made reference to the need for accountability. And that's should I call it a currency that seems to be lacking in recent time, in modern day, because a lot of persons would rather push the blame to someone else, the blame for their actions to someone else, and the blame game continues. It seems like a cycle. It's a never-ending phenomenon. Someone does something wrong, and instead of owning up and saying, oh yeah, I did this and this is why I did it and I'm sorry, they keep looking for somebody else to push the blame to, and then the person you're pushing the blame to also wants to push it to somebody else. Where does this lead us?
All right, there is this cliche which Nigerians always use, is the devil's work.
Okay.
All right, it's not the devil's work, it's inbuilt, it's in you. You need to be cultured, you need to be disciplined. Sometimes you don't have to let it out. There are sometimes you just need to calm down. You just need to calm down, and that thing you want to, there's this thing that, should I call it the super ego, is pushing you to say it. You don't have, sometimes hold it down. You don't have to let it go, because when it goes out, it causes damage, sometimes we need to be, not sometimes, all the time, we need to be disciplined. Like you rightfully said, see, these things they are inbuilt. If you want to, okay, let's assume we're in a particular place right now, all right, and some things are happening. I think the mind is one of the fastest system in the body.
Processors.
Yeah, one of the fastest processors you get. So you need to process some of the things you want to see. Is it going to affect this person? Is it going to affect me later? What's going to be the common pants for this thing if I let it go? So sometimes you just need to think, process everything, and before you see everything will be copacetic. You understand? So sometimes we just need to let things go.
Okay.
I myself now, some persons do complain about me some certain times. They'll say, why don't you get angry? Because I know what's going to happen if I get angry. I can't go to prison because of you. I can spend the rest of my life because of you. So all I have this particular method. Either I keep quiet, or I start singing, or I leave. You get, so we just need to have...
Those are your personal measures.
Yeah, so I have this particular modus operandi. That's the way I operate it. So whether I start singing, even if you rate you, but I don't care. You get, so for peace to reign, you get, for peace to reign, I just need to be placid. Before everything will be cool.
All right, guys, in case you're just joining us, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. And tonight we're taking a look at the need for emotional discipline. Now, emotional discipline seems to be lacking in our day because a lot of persons just allow themselves go when they are at the height of their emotional expression. There's absolutely nothing wrong in, being yourself and expressing yourself. But, it's very important that you learn to put a check on your emotion. Else you do things that you will regret, either good or bad. Now, Ramsey, let's take a look at the attendance effect of these things, right? Now, while Michael was talking, he made reference to the fact that sometimes the effects of these things are long-term.
Yeah, they are.
And so, for example, the things you say cannot be taken back.
Words are like eggs, and when broken, you can't retrieve them. And that is why you must mind your words, you must mind your actions, you must not throw stones at every dog that barks at you. A man that is focused will not always want to attend to distractions. Some of these things these people do, they are distractions. If you are on the moving bicycle, then there is no need to stop. Have you seen anybody that is sleeping on a bicycle?
Of course not.
No, if you want to get to your destination, you keep moving. Yeah. Now, definitely the people will get on your nerves. People will want to say things that will distract you. But like I always told my students, you don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. That is a way of keeping your emotions intact. Now, you see the effects of emotional outburst. Most times they outweighs the benefit of it. So if you check some of the things that you will do when you get angry, then you keep your anger in check. And let's not forget, anger is just a letter different from danger. If a man is very hungry, it will lead the man to a dangerous place that the man did not even expect. So with that, I expect everyone these days to say, I won't get angry. Instead, I will report to the authority, or I will do this later. You must sit here and start looking at the resultant effects of what this thing will be. A wise man once told me, he said, we know how fights start, but we don't know how it ends. Yeah. So if you know you don't know how a fight is going to end, then don't start the fight.
Don't start the fight, okay.
So it's time for us to sit down and say, this is not the time we allow emotions to get over us. Rather, this is the time for us to keep our emotions in check. And most times you find out that you will be very happy later if you are able to keep your emotions in check. Because when you see the resultant effect of most things that will occur when you are not keeping your emotions in check, you find out that it's so detrimental. It outweighs the positive aspect of it. So I think it's always good for us to control our emotions and don't allow our emotions to control us. Like I said before, when you see people that are taking permanent decisions in temporary situations, you know that they are not able to keep their emotions in check.
Now, there's a school of thought that it's better to express yourself than to allow your emotions to accumulate. Because when you allow that to happen, it will get to a certain point where, there will be an explosion. And once that explosion takes place, a lot of things go wrong. Do you share that opinion?
Yeah. All right. The thing now is that I think it's a stupendous idea. See, share your opinions, but let it be packaged in a way that will not affect the next person.
Okay.
See, let's assume someone upsets me, and it's been bothering me, causing trauma in veins, everything. So I want to let the person know there'll be a way. I have to take the person away from the public or from that place so that the person will not feel embarrassed. and I'll take the person to a particular place and start first. See, you need to make the person feel calm first, compliment the person first, and then start making your own complaints.
Okay.
In that, using that modus operandi, it will make the person feel guilty. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. But if you come in a bellicose manner, just
in a hostile
manner, just be shouting and everything, it deteriorates everything. So there should be a particular way, like I said, the packaging. Just call the person to a particular place. At least the person should be reasonable enough to know, okay, for you to even bring this thing to my table, I think let us solve it. You get, if the person keeps talking and make everything worse, you can tell the person, okay, I've said what I have to say, and well, to God, I've already done my part and done my level best, and you take off. So it doesn't have, just develop a particular pattern that will not make things worse.
Okay.
Rather make things, ameliorate things.
Okay.
You get, so it's just be the way you think.
All right, Ramsey, what you just said borders on manner of approach.
Yeah.
Do you share that thought?
Yes, another angle to this particular issue is that there are some things that are better left unsaid.
Unsaid, okay.
Maybe instead of saying it and before you know it creates rancor, state of aggy-baggy, chaos and all that. But then, what you say and how you say it are two different things. You can decide to say something bad in a very good manner, in a way that the person you are talking to will not even know this thing is as bad as that. So if you must express yourself in order not to add fuel to fire, you must learn to put words in order. You know, when a child said, "Mommy, if you are my mother, you shouldn't have allowed Mama Nkechi to beat me like this. I never knew someone can beat me." The child is using words to manipulate his mother. Another person will say, "Okay, Mommy, this is what happened." Okay. So how you say it and what you are going to say matters a lot. But I think if you must express yourself, put all your skills and dexterity, your communicative skills to how you are going to put that message across. It will help settle the dust.
All right, thank you so much, Ramsey. Now, on the final note, because time is actually fast spent, what's your advice for people out there who always tend to think after they've acted? Right? There are people like that.
Of course.
Whereas the normal procedure is to think before acting. But there are people who only begin to think after they've done certain things. What's your advice for such people?
Yeah, some persons should develop this habit of packaging themselves to the extent that they don't have to regret their actions. Before you just blow off, think about what is this my outburst going to cause for me and for the person. What is going to be the end result? Okay. Just have to calm down sometimes. You see, the mind is very, very delicate. It can traumatize you. After you've hurt someone with your words, it can come back like a boomerang. It can boomerang, come back to you. You may never even sleep because of
what you've said.
You are thinking of.
So it's your conscience that's not helping you.
Yeah, of course. You just need to think like, okay, how will you feel someone tells you this particular thing you're saying?
Shoes,
okay. So you just need to calm down.
All right.
Most of the time now, I believe to think like, this what I say to this person, let me edit it.
Okay.
Like I just send somebody a message.
Sometimes it's too late to even edit.
Of course, it's too late. You get. So sometimes I just throw my advice and be like, okay, I'm so sorry about that.
All right, thank you. Ramsey, you said something about, I know on the final note though, I know you already said something about discussing some of these things with yourself first. Yeah, so would that be your final word on this?
Yeah, everyone out there should learn to be in total control of their personality in all ramification.
Okay.
Don't throw stones at every dog that barks at you. Keep moving and be focused.
All right, gentlemen, I want to say a big thank you for taking our time to be with me on tonight's edition of the show. You guys made it a success, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I hope that the next time I call upon you, you will be able to oblige me.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Now, it's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, broadcasting live from the city of Bronx. And tonight, we've been talking about the need for emotional discipline. Now, it's very, very important that you learn to control yourself. There is absolutely nothing wrong in expressing yourself. It's why you're human, right? But it's also very important that you learn to put a check on yourself, just so you don't do things that you'll regret. Nobody wants to regret their actions. It's never a good thing, okay? So it's very important that you learn to put your emotions in check. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, this is me saying, stay out of trouble and enjoy the rest of your night. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Báwo máa yọ, báwo máa yọ, báwo máa yọ.